said last year, the issue is every citizen contributing to the space. And our theme this year is leveraging Zambia's mineral wealth for sustainable development, moving beyond mineral supply, raw material supply. And the main focus will be policy, industrialization, and strategic infrastructure. For the next 2 days, I will anchor this event at Mining Support Festival. I think I like adding something very unique. I'm the best moderator of the south of the equator. It comes to me. Yes. Guess what? We should have already clapped, isn't it? So, with that said, yes, also another tradition that people do not like, but for such events that are quite representative at the national level in our space, allow me that we take the trouble, allow each and everyone to introduce themselves quickly, where they're coming from, especially people from the East. That's the only time they do. So let's allow every delegate to speak in this conference. Guest of honor. With your indulgence, can I see that all delegates introduce themselves? So, Asha, please go the microphone, please. Just introduce your name, the institution, and another microphone there. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William Pamela. I'm a graduate of
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daisy. I am from
Good morning, everyone. My name is Claudia and I work for Emergency Advanced. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning,
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abigail Mwelenge from the Artisanal World Council, Planning World Project. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Yusuf Papa. I'm from the Prince Workshop. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Reverend Regina Tikoshama, coming from Zambia District, Southern Province, published by Zambia. Thank you.
Good. Southern Africa.
Good morning. I'm Walla.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Mboy, coming from the Justice.
Good morning, everybody.
I'm Shilan Kashkol, the District of
Good morning, everyone. My name is Indaba, State of Justice. Good morning. My name is
Good morning, Ms. Chile. Manager for Chicago. Good morning, Reverend Richard.
Good morning, my name is Eva Lishala.
Good morning, everyone. My name is
Good morning, everyone. My name is Premwala, coming from Financial Business.
Good morning. My name is Omega from Hotel.
Good morning, everyone.
And good morning, everyone. My name is Pauline.
Good morning, Ruben Lifuka. Everyone is on the news.
Good morning, all. I'm the parent of all the family. And I'm the secretary for living in the structure of industry, trade, and
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy Chigawashita, and I am a technical manager on the Region for CE project.
Good morning. I'm Ala Omoy from Zambia province.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Benua Chase. I'm coming from Carefully Zambia, and I'm the programs coordinator for Copperbelt. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Daniel Zoga from Sina Zombe, Government of Zambia, Economic Africa, and CHA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Sian, coming from Rebel District, the Department of Council. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Coleman. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lesis Vitamoya, and I'm the Vice Chairperson for the Cowboy Network and I from Cowboy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alice Gache from Sinazonga. I'm a youth representative under the Commission. My name is Namanova Melody from Rebel District, youth person for Meja.
I'm James Edwin Mugala, coming from Center for Environment Justice, Serenja District.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Sakanema, coming from Center for Environmental Justice in the Zambia District.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mukunda Nakamba, a journalist from Region.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Ramirez from Oregon Initiative. I am the environmental officer.
Good morning, everyone. Splendid to the Youth Watch Ambassador.
Good morning, everyone. The Sultan of the Youth Watch Ambassador.
Good morning, everyone. Your name, TIJ beneficiary from Professor District. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katima Mat from Youth Watch Ambassador.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jessica from Youth Watch.
Good evening, everyone. My name is from Denmark.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Asma. I'm coming from Young and Youth Organization.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from the family Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Justin Chok. I'm from Ashidam Forum Business.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gideon from the Ministry of
morning. I'm so glad from Canada's
Good day. My name is Robka from Wilunga. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gladys from.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just from
Morning, I'm Joseph Bradu, coming from Northwest
projects of the community and action head.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Bodi. I'm calling from Young Women Christian Association. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Approach coming from the Police Monitoring Research Center. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Chan. I'm from Publishing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is I find it possible to
Good morning, everyone. My name is
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shani Panda. I'm the monitoring and evaluation for Green Tech.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Blessings Michelle Events, mechanical coordinator from Green Tech.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwelo Lungu. I'm a male officer and advocacy officer at Environment Africa, Zambia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pauline Linda from Environment Africa, Project Coordinator, Gombe District.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm from Kawi. I am the project officer as well as the youth coordinator.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rishi and I'm from the
Good morning, everyone. Acting aid, then one Chicago activist from Korea.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aida Mauna. I'm from Chikwana and the community called Janji Community here and Action Aid.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angel Teacher from the community champ.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Wanda from Chandish Community Council here under Action Aid.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Baptista Kafaya, coming from Copper Belt, Province of Rira, under Action Aid.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stuart Chandra from Publishing Center. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kate Younger. Good morning, everyone. My name is Indaba Square. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. We are Jonah from the Council of Churches in Zambia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Council of Churches in Zambia.
Morning, Charles Ndida, the ATI, and the city member. Take over.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alfonso Evans. I'm from the community speaker under the organization called Mobile Climate Change Resource. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa. I'm going to
One everyone. My name is Alvarez Otero, representing the Constitution.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alfonso Chairperson for as our region, the channel for Santa
environmental action. Thanks.
Good morning, podcast UNESCO, also with the European Union delegation.
My name is Robert Sola, Director and Information.
Good morning, my name is Joseph Jim. Good morning, yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mona Wisdom, the Minister of Training for
Good morning, everyone. Bernard is
a very good morning to you all. My name is Indaba from the Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am always tempted for surprise. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamaica Alonso from Trade Science and Financial Development.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the cooperation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosa Kimakos from Capital Development Initiatives and the Lead for Governance and Development. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joseph Aya. I'm from
Good morning, dear from Zambia Good morning, everyone. I'm also the Executive Director and also the Zambia Chairperson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fine.
Thank you very much to the guest of honor here. We say that this is very perspective. That's from the onset. Among that, we invite Mr. Yusuf Ayami to give a theoretical reflection. And then Sheikh Yusuf Ayami. Let's give a round of applause.
morning, everybody. Good morning. Some are king. You know, some of these places, when we go there, as you come to check, let me recognize the presence of the Secretary, Ministry of Mines, but also other dignitaries that are here. Let me write the protocols that have already been observed. I've been asked to stand here to share with you a reflection from the Islamic faith tradition on how we interact with nature and how we view nature, but also the resources that have been given to us by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God Almighty. Let me start by reminding everybody that our gathering here is not only to talk about mining, but to reflect on something much deeper. Our moral and spiritual responsibility before God, before history, and before generations yet to be born. Let me begin my reflection by just drawing your attention to discussing one important factor within the Islamic faith tradition, and that is our role as human beings here on earth as stewards. The word that we use in Islamic tradition is Khalifa, or a vicegerent or a steward, but also to speak to you about the concept of amani, which is trust or responsibility. God reminds us in the Quran, He says, it is He, God, who has made you successors of Khulafa upon the earth and raised some of you above others in rank. For what reason? To test you through what He has given you. So central to us being here on earth is the realization that we are here to succeed generations that came before us, and that there will be generations that are going to come after us. But why the succession? The succession is there so that God can test those that came before us, those that are here present, and those that will come after us. When we give you your history here on earth, from the time that you were born up until the time that you died, how did you use your time here on earth? And so for those that usually think that when we die, that's the end of it, you are living in an illusion. Because what we do here is transcendental. We are going to be held accountable. When we meet God, and He is going to ask each one of us of their time here on earth. The Prophet Muhammad says in one of his traditions, the world is sweet and green, and verily, God is going to install you as vicegerents in it to see how you are going to act. So when we talk about responsibility, responsibility is not power alone, but responsibility has got connotations about response. When we say you need to be a responsible person, we mean that you need to be a person that is able to respond. If you are able to respond, then you are a responsible person. But let us ask ourselves, are we responsible? Are we truly responding? Yes, we might argue, depending on which side of the debate you are, that yes, we are responding. And here I'm talking about responding within the context of the news that God has given us. Remember, I said that central to our being here on earth is that we need to be responsible. Central to being here on earth is that we need to be people who, when we stand in front of God after everything has been said and done, we should be able to respond and account for our time here on earth. And here, because we are talking about miracles, the question is, if we stood in front of God, are we able to respond? Yes, in some communities, people have benefited from natural resources. We can point. I mean, we've heard people coming from Sinazon, from Wales, from different places, and they will give you their own perceptions about what has actually happened, transformed in their lives as a result of the resources that we have given them. But then again, when we look at the poverty in our community, when we look at the scars on our land, the polluted rivers, young people without jobs, or can we truly claim before God that we are responsible? We have been responsible. God tells us in the Quran, He says, and do not cause corruption upon the earth after it has been set in. And despite this clarion warning, what do the signs in the ground show us? When we look around, we self-introspect and we are honest to ourselves, not to the constituencies that elected us, or not the donors that give us the money. No. My standing here is to draw your attention to the time that you are going to stand in front of God. And so if you were to do a self-honest introspection, what would you say that your time here on earth resulted in this, and this is what you are able to show? History remembers people not for what they want, but for how they respond. Mother Teresa of Calcutta had no riches. She did not have gold. She did not have copper. She did not have emeralds. But she's remembered in history. She is remembered because she responded with compassion. And the world remembers her for that. The world remembers Nelson Mandela. He endured time in prison, yet he did not use gold, no copper, no riches, but he used his life as a resource for justice and dignity. And today, history remembers him as a father of nations. The prophets of God, Moses, who we call Musa, Jesus, who we call Isa, Muhammad, may peace of God be upon them all, are remembered not for palaces or trousers, but for justice, for sacrifice, and stewardship. So again, let me ask you, what will your generation remember you for? After you have died and we have put you at whatever, wherever you're going to be buried, what is that thing that people are going to see? There lived that man, and that is what they did. We have examples from other nations that have been endowed with resources. And they have demonstrated to us through the way they have used their resources what stewardship, what responsibility ought to be. In Norway, all wealth was invested into a sovereign wealth fund, and today, every citizen benefits in healthcare, education, and social protection. The wealth of the soul in Norway became the dignity of the people. In Gulf states like the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, natural resources have been used to build infrastructure, diversify their economies, and uplift citizens. From desert sands, we have seen emerge modern cities, universities, and opportunities. These examples remind us that when leaders treat resources as a trust, not a possession, entire nations are transformed. So what about us here in Zambia? You might be sat there and think that you do not have responsibility. Not at all. Again, Islamic traditions teach us that we look right, that all of you are shepherds, and every shepherd shall be asked about his or her flock. So what is each of our responsibility? For government and the Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Green Economy, and all our ministries, the responsibility lies in ensuring that policies are enacted that are transparent, that are equitable, that are long-term, so that the resources that God has endowed Zambia are resources that all that save all Zambians and not just a few. For civil society, your responsibility lies in ensuring that you remain the concerns of the nation, keeping leaders accountable and raising the voices of those that are not able to speak, the vulnerable. For traditional leaders, you who are custodians of land and culture, your responsibility lies in safeguarding community dignity, but also the balance that we have in the ecosystem. Communities have a responsibility in ensuring that resources are not seen as wealth to waste, but as trusts that we need to protect. For the diplomatic corps, the international community, you are our partners, but your partnership should be to see that Zambia benefits from its resources, and that spirit of solidarity that you show should not lead to exploitation, but beneficiation of that which God has given us. We all have a responsibility to play. Again, mind you, the teachings of Islam teach us that the best of people are not those that flaunt their wealth or status, but those that are most beneficial to others. True stewardship is not measured by terms of copper that we are going to extract or export, but by whether, as a result of every mineral that we extract, every child, every family, every creature of God that resides in this jurisdiction that we call Zambia benefits from what has been placed under our soil. Friends, if Allah was to ask us today, what do you do with the copper? What do you do with the emeralds, the forests, the rivers that I placed in your care? What would we see? Would we point to the poverty and the squalor that we see? Would we point to the scars that we see on our land? Or would we say with confidence that, oh God, we responded responsibly? You gave us the copper, you gave us the minerals, and we did justice to what you gave us. We shared it fairly. We uplifted the poor. We honored your creation. That is the challenge that lies before us, even as we are going to spend the next 2 days talking about what we are going to talk about. It's not for us to gather to talk about, jargons, but to really reflect on what is it that we are going to carry as legacy when we meet God. That is why the Zambia is not just a mining conference in Indaba. It is a moral reminder. It is a call to consult. It is a call to action. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us faithful stewards to respond with justice and to ensure that Zambia's wealth becomes a blessing and not a curse for all of its creation. God bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Sheikh Aya, for the deep reflection, the call to stewardship, and also the moral progression. But Sheikh, also to inform you, are you aware that Switchlight has finished? In case we are doubting that Windows cannot. So, allow me to invite our all-weather chairperson, Sam, to give the cover the keynote introductory speeches. Let's give a round of applause to the chairperson.
Thank you very much, the best moderator in Southern Africa. As I was listening to the reflection, and the question was asked if God allowed to ask, what have we done? And I'm thinking, if the amount of birds in my yard have just shifted and I can't even pick them, at least I'll be able to point at them and also to point at the many trees that are on the issue of social indicating one comment. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the presence of the Secretary of Mines, Mr. Kabeta Adenga, the Director of Mines, Mr. Tobias Nsonga, the President of Mine Workers Union of Zambia, who is also President of Abdishwa Chuke, Mr. Joseph Chewe, and in our meetings, the Excellencies, and representative of cooperating partners, esteemed members of the representatives of civil society and faith-based organizations, the private sector, community representatives, especially those who have traveled from far places where mining is taking place. I was actually happy to hear that we've also put in our presence people are coming from Kamsale. I think over the past months, Kamsale has been one area that we're looking at because of the pollution that allow me to also recognize the presence of the young people, youths, and children in absentia, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you to the 11th Zambia Alternative Mining Indaba. Since our first gathering in 2012, this forum has developed into a vital space for advocacy, and action in the governance of Zambia's extractive sector. Although our journey faced a 2-year disruption due to COVID-19 pandemic, we retained with renewed commitment, demonstrating resilience and the continued importance of this forum to our national discourse. What began as an annual gathering developed into a dynamic platform for action, a movement for change, and a voice for the people in Zambia's mining sector. It brings together communities, policymakers, thought leaders, the civil society, youth, children, private sector partners, and development agencies to ensure Zambia's mineral wealth truly benefits the people. And I think in all the years that we have been gathering, the main emphasis has been how does the mining sector will benefit the people. Every year, we come together not just to observe, but to participate, to challenge, and shape the future of mining governance. After the last 2 years of speaking to a just transition, this year's theme is timely and very, very bold. Leveraging Zambia's mineral wealth for sustainable development, moving beyond raw material supply. This theme urges us to move past the mindset of extraction and export and instead focus on value addition, local processing, and industrial growth. It challenges us to imagine a mining sector that is inclusive, innovative, environmentally responsible, and transformative for all Zambians. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 3 days, we will interrogate our policy and regulatory frameworks, examine international agreements, investigate infrastructure opportunities such as the Mugito corridor, and discuss the financing models required for sustainable mining. We will listen to the voices of those most affected, our communities, and reaffirm that those who live closest to the mines and sit closer to the decision-making table. As we celebrate the milestone, the 11th Zambia alternative mine in Indaba, we are reminded of how far we have come and how much work remains. Our goal at the close of this Indaba is clear: to craft actionable recommendations that guarantee our legal wealth and ensure that it is managed responsibly, transparently, and equitably, securing benefits not just for today, but for the future generation. I invite you to engage deeply, listen openly, and contribute boldly. Together, let us make this Zambia alternative mining interval another defining moment in Zambia's journey towards inclusive and sustainable mining. With these few remarks, I warmly welcome you to this Zambia 2025 and wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause to the chair. Thank you. Akko is very clear, engaged very boldly in this process for the next 2 days, because we are counting on you to shape this discourse. I've taken note that even in the room, there's some kind of a sense of personal intervention, because I've seen despite almost half the new faces compared to the traditional faces. So there's transition, there's growth, it's growth in itself. With that said, allow me to invite our national coordinator, Mr. Samach Banka, to share the highlights from the districts. Let's give him a round of applause. That's for those that can speak going forward, just manage our time properly.
Thank you so much, Moderator. Yes, allow me to write out protocols that have already been established. As has been introduced, my name is Samach Banka, coordinate participation today. Also head the secretariat for the summit. My role this morning is just to bring you up to speed with what was happening before this summit. I think since about 7 years ago, we established a sub-national convenings of this nature. And these sub-national convenings are taking place at district level as well as at provincial level. And so last week, we have had similar convenings in Nazongwe. We have had convenings on the Copper Belt in Dola. We have had convenings in Northwestern Province, particularly Swezi and Kalabila districts. We have had similar convenings taking place in Mansa, and at the same time, we had a similar convening taking place in Fanda. This is all in an effort to ensure that citizens are able to engage with stakeholders in the mining sector. I think our current dispensation is co-creation. How can we co-create? We have a shared responsibility to this earth, and therefore we do believe that we need to create spaces where we can begin to think about how we can make this world a better place. So the few issues that came out from these convenings, I won't go into the details, I'll just speak to them at high level. I think the first one were issues regarding revenue transparency and community participation. This issue came up from the subnational convenings that I made reference to. I think there are also conversations around human rights and inclusion, and there are concerns around how we can, as a people, improve our response and responsibility in that way. There are also conversations around environmental protection and sustainability, that as a people we need to enforce strict adherence to the ZEMA Acts and other protection guidelines. There was also a conversation, other conversations around corporate social responsibility and investment, with the recommendation to transition CSR to corporate social investment, CSI. Another issue that was discussed in sub-national convenings related to critical minerals, energy transition, and artisanal mining. The recommendation is formalized and support the ASM as a path for poverty reduction and inclusion. To respond to the priority areas, the district and provincial Indabas, the next 2 days have 2 key themes. The first focus, which is today's, is policy industrialization and strategic infrastructure. There are a few key discussion issues there that we are going to address, but the interest of time, I will go to them. And the second thematic focus for this Zambia is climate finance, gender, and just energy transition. Again, there we also identify a few areas I think to engage as people, as stakeholders, so that at the end of the day we can go with it. As I conclude, I want to just emphasize that as a chariot, we encourages full and active participation from all sectors. We especially urge community representatives, women, and youth to speak boldly and be heard. Your experiences, perspectives, and demands are the foundation upon which a fair and sustainable mining future must be built. The Zambia is not standalone. It is built and informed by what is happening at the subnational. We therefore commit to turning these rich deliberations into clear action recommendations that will inform policy dialogue, citizen mobilization, and continue that policy throughout. And this is one of the things I'd like to hold us accountable. At the end of this summit, we are developing an active strategy and in this strategy so that the issues that are coming out from here can be followed. I thank you.
Let's give another round of applause. So if you look at how the Zambia this year has been set up, it's more in a unique way. The official opening has been a panel, and that panel will be moderated by our colleague, Steve Madimu, who interact with our panelists, but as she gets ready, let me just invite our panelists on behalf. I've got Felipe, Anda from Global Platform. You can sit on the far end there. We also have Mr. Fuyo from Vivo Southern Africa. He's welcome. I also have Mr. Chewe Joseph. Please take your seat there. I also have Mr. Ruben Fuka. Take your seats there. Finally, but not the least, I have guest of honor, the BS Minds. Kindly invite you to take this. Daisy, come. Let's give a round of applause to Daisy.
Good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Lutangu Daisy Mwilima. I work with the Joint Country Program of Norwegian Church Aid and Dan Church Aid. Welcome to this Zambia 2025. Under the theme leveraging Zambia's minerals for sustainable development, moving beyond raw material supply. I would like to represent the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development, and of course, ride on all the protocols observed. This official opening panel session will be focusing on setting the tone for the Zambia 2025. It will provide a platform for stakeholders such as the government, civil society, young people, and of course everybody present to reflect on the country's progress and acknowledge ongoing challenges and chart a way forward as we look at the agenda for mineral wealth management in the country. So before we transition into the panel discussion, I would like to call up our keynote speaker, who will be followed by the guest of honor, who will do the official opening, give us the official opening remarks. So for the keynote address, Mr. Christopher the present, please. Please give him a round of applause.
That was very helpful for you to ask them to count my names as I come up to speak. So the guest of honor, Dr. Benda Kaleta, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, my protocols that have been set. When I was told that the guest of honor was Dr. Kaleta, I said I would take this opportunity to remind him of something that happened many years she's not even aware of. So in 1992, Dr. Kaleta, then known as Monty, I just got back 2 years or so from Canada, which was doing his master's. And I was a fifth-year student at university studying architecture. And I came to know him as an intelligent, very effective lecturer in his thesis. So on this particular day, I met him and he looked at my thesis. I was going to have my fifth-year thesis printed and bound. And it was on design of a stock exchange for Zambia, the first design of a stock exchange. So he looked at the thesis, glanced and read the conclusion. And he made some vital comments. He may have thought they were just stray comments. But Dr. Kaleta revised the conclusion based on your comments. And probably in the past, it was your comments. So over the years, we ended up knowing the other brother, someone I esteem. So it is a privilege to address this year's Zambia Alternative Mining Indaba under the theme leveraging Zambia's both sustainable development, moving beyond raw material supply. Let me start by stating the obvious. For over a century, Zambia's mining industry, particularly copper, has been the backbone of our economy. Mining has played and continues to play an important role in attaining Zambia's economic stability and growth. As we all know and acknowledge, the mining sector is one of the major contributors to the country's GDP and a key forex energy, the source of employment for the country's growing population. We are therefore discussing a sector with immense potential to contribute to the sustainable development of this country and Africa as a whole. The 2025 report, Financing the Africa We Want, by the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, underscores the wealth of Africa. It states that African countries hold large reserves of world's in-demand minerals, many of them identified by the EU and the International Energy Agency as critical raw materials. The report categorizes a vast endowment of the continent, starting with South Africa being home to the largest palladium reserves, global at 77.8%, and Zimbabwe contains the largest chromium reserves at 5%, DRC Congo being the largest producer of copper, 73% of current global production, and of course, Zambia being ranked as the world's 7th largest producer of copper, only the 2nd largest in Africa to DRC. Yet, despite this enormous mineral wealth endowment, our people continue to face persistent challenges of poverty, inequality, and development. Poverty levels in Zambia are still very high, hence the need for more efforts to increase access to basic services such as water supply, sanitation, education, health, and agricultural supplies. President Kenneth Kaunda is quoted to have famously described the country's economic predicament in 1970. following the slump in global prices, as the case of being born with a copper spoon in our mouths. This paradox compels us to ask critical questions. How do we move beyond being mere exporters of raw materials? How do we ensure that the extraction of resources truly translates into broad-based, inclusive, and sustainable development for every Zambian? The starting point in leveraging mineral wealth for sustainable development is to acknowledge that while Africa is key to the energy transition, it is also at risk of serious exploitation as a result of the geopolitical competition for the minerals that are critical for this transition. This is an argument adequately advanced by the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Systems, International ID, in its 2024 report. It does underscore this point about potential competition and exploitation. The key competitors for these minerals include China, the EU, India, Japan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, the United Arab Emirates, and the USA. The ongoing geopolitical competition for these minerals has ushered in a third wave in the scramble for Africa's resources by global powers. Competition for access to the continent's critical minerals will increase dramatically, placing Africa at the heart of the green energy future, both in environmental and geopolitical terms. The advanced economies have a clear vision of why the need for access to energy transition minerals. It is about their future, their own socio-economic development. The G7 Critical Minerals Action Plan of June 2025 in its introduction recognizes that critical minerals are the building blocks of digital and energy secure economies of the future. But whose future are we talking about? Mineral importers seek to secure supply chains that serve their own interests. For instance, the International Energy Agency predicts that based on current policies, global demand for cobalt, an essential mineral in lithium-ion batteries used in electric vehicles and energy storage technologies, will increase sixfold by 2040. And cobalt from DRC and to an extent Zambia will be key in shifting away from fossil fuels. However, IEA knows that over 60% of global cobalt is processed in China. This is where we need to develop strategies and capacities to increase local processing. We need more cooperation agreements like the one signed between Zambia and the DRC to develop battery value chains locally. We have to judiciously use the mineral wealth first and foremost for our own development before we look out for other continents. Zambia and Africa should take advantage of its endowment to fully address its sustainable development needs. And in this instance, I use the contested but settled definition of sustainable development, of meeting the needs of the present while not compromising the needs of the future. It is all about intergenerational equity. Admittedly, we need to attract large-scale investments in mining and value addition, mostly driven by private investors. But we need to balance this with building the financial and technical capacity of global investors and economic players as well. We should, in the medium and long term, bring on board strong and capable indigenous actors in the mining sector, covering mining activities from exploration to post-mining operations. The comprehensive legal and regulatory framework should be tailored not only to attract FDIs, but build this local capacity to leverage Zambia's mineral wealth for sustainability. Government and partners should collaboratively work together to enhance the financial and technical capacity of Zambia's miners. I also want to raise a point on mining governance. The fundamental and probably philosophical question is who owns the mineral wealth of this country? In the manner that we are governing in the mining sector today, can we comfortably state that the people out in Northwest, the Copper Belt, Southern, Central provinces fully have a sense of ownership of mineral riches in their areas? Zambia is a gold rush, and we have seen activities on the ground. Do the Zambian people have ownership of this war? Are there rights to have apprehensions that this opportunity will be taken away from them and given to foreign players? We need to discuss how we can enhance this sense of true ownership of the mineral wealth if we are to leverage it for sustainable development. And one way of doing this is fully engaging these owners, quote unquote, of the mineral wealth in decision-making processes. The unfortunate reality of our times is that mining governance is dominated by the political and economic elites. These are greater influence on the policy direction that the mining sector takes. But we need to remodel our governance system to include greater involvement of the communities. It is gratifying to know that the head of state a few years ago mentioned that there's a plan national Indaba that is miners involved in gold mining. So this is as it should be. Mining government should also entail greater transparency and accountability for decisions made, policies formulated, and strategies developed. As long as the sector is shrouded in opacity, there will be unnecessary speculation of impropriety, corruption, collusion, inside dealing, etc., etc. It is for this reason that I call upon the Minister of Mines to provide regular information on the ongoing geophysical mapping of mineral assets. This exercise is important not just for the large-scale mining entities, but for N7s and all Zambians. Further, the process of cleaning the mining cadastre should also be fully communicated to the public. The UK given executive power imposed a 44-day suspension of the issuance of mining rights and instituted an audit of the mining cadastre. There were many allegations of corruption and speculative practices in the licensing process, which government indicated needed to address. The question is, where are we in this process? Can we now assume that these opportunities for corruption and speculative practices, as well as governmental systemic challenges, have now been addressed? Leveraging mineral wealth for sustainable development will inevitably come with its own environmental challenges. We are fully aware that mining activities can in certain cases lead to significant environmental damage. One major concern is land degradation. Mining often alters the landscape, which can disrupt ecosystems and lead to soil erosion among animals. Water pollution is another issue of concern, as we are all fully aware. Mining processes can contaminate water sources, affecting both human health and wildlife, as well as aquatic life. This is probably true in Africa, where environmental regulations may be less stringent. Zambia needs to continue to promote adherence to environmental, social, and governance standards. Mining companies should be expected to meet stringent environmental and social regulations, including mitigating the environmental impacts of mining and processing activities, reducing the use of hazardous substances, and ensuring fair labor practices. Drawing again insights from the G7 Critical Minerals Action Plan of 2025, I think this should apply to all of us. States critical minerals markets should reflect the real cost of responsible extraction, processing, and trade of critical minerals, while ensuring labor standards, local consultation, anti-bribery and corruption measures, and addressing negative externalities involving pollution and land degradation. I'll end on the issue of community benefits. Community benefits should inevitably be enhanced if we're to leverage mineral wealth for sustainable development. We have to move away from the tokenism approach, where communities and districts where we get the mineral wealth remain the poorest. It does not make sense that the century of mining and the majority of our rural-based brothers and sisters continue generation after generation to wallow in poverty with only a legacy of mining pits. Yes, the argument is that the communities are supposed to benefit from tax revenues from mining activities, but we need to develop equitable mechanisms for revenue sharing, and we need continued revenue transparency. Similarly, in cases where there's land acquisition, relocation, and resettlement, we need to relook the compensation schemes. There are a lot of concerns about the type of compensation we offer, and I sincerely hope that this gathering will talk about these and other related issues. In conclusion, Zambia stands at a crossroads. The global energy transition and rising demand for critical minerals presents unprecedented opportunities for our nation. But to seize them, we must decisively move from a model of raw material export to one anchored on value addition, beneficiation, and local content development. This requires bold policy choices, sustained investment in skills and technology, strong institutions, and a commitment to transparency and accountability in resource governance. If we work together, government, civil society, the private sector, communities, we can transform our mineral wealth into lasting prosperity for generations to come. Let this Indaba be the moment we reaffirm our collective resolve to make Zambia not just a mining country, but a nation where mineral wealth thrives through sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ruben Lufuga, for that wonderful keynote address. I was going to try and attempt to summarize his speech, but I will not do that anymore. But I think I would like to re-echo one of the most important things to me that he said in his speech. We need to remodel our governance system to include involvement of the communities. I think there's been a lot of reforms that have been ongoing, and there is need for us, as we continue to do this, to think through how we're involving communities meaningfully, and not just for them to come and rubber stamp. On that note, I would like to call upon the Director of Planning from the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, Mr. Soda, who will in turn call upon Dr. Kavita for the official opening address. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Director, for calling upon me to do the protocol as well. So without much ado, allow me to invite the guest of honor, Dr. Penga M. Kaveta, who is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Mines and Mineral Development, come over to the podium and render his remarks. Yes, the floor is open.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Question. Good evening. I could hear all those languages from the people introducing themselves in this conference. Now, there are issues that you hear people talk about you, and sometimes they are better said when you are dead. But when they are said, sometimes you can't ignore them. I've heard quite a lot of young people in our midst, which is an important transition. And it reminds me of the situation that happened in South Africa, where Thabo Mbeki, I'm sure you all know who Thabo Mbeki was. Huh? So he was calling. Good morning. He says, morning. Who am I talking to? You are talking to Thabo Mbeki. Thabo Mbeki from where? Says, you don't know Thabo Mbeki. Says, I'm the former president of South Africa. Says, oh yeah, but where do you live? Now, that clearly indicates that Thabo Mbeki in his response said, it's time to pack and leave. There is a time to leave to allow young people to take up new responsibilities that other people are still occupying. So when someone talks about 1992, it sounds so close. But when you start counting the number of days using your years, using your fingers and everything, you start doing something calculating. No, this person was coming from Academy in 1992 and was looking at money. And you look at the big man who was saying that. He is an impression for almost a dinosaur. I thank you very much for inviting the Minister of Mines to be part of this great and important day. My final comment is that the name of this entity was alternative mining Indaba, and mining Indaba because of South Africa. And in Zambia, we have the Insaka. Maybe there may be opportunity to domesticate and bring forward. Director of Programs, I thank you very much for inviting me to the podium. I just want to indicate that we need to move away from Director of Planning in order to call the Permanent Secretary, but you're the Director of Programs. Just call, and it makes life easier. Please, you are liberated. In the future, there's a minister, you will just say, I am the Director of Programs, and I'm calling upon the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, Honorable Kokabos, to come to the platform. You don't need to call the Permanent Secretary to raise the minister. I notice we have representatives from the various embassies. I see the European delegation represented by maybe 2-3 people. I take note of the presence of the colleagues from Angola, and locally the dignitaries are so many to itemize, but I want to indicate that the chairperson of the Zambian Alternative Mining Indaba is hereby recognized. Fellow senior government officials who are in the ministry, Royal Highnesses, if they are present, maybe they ended up at the district conferences or Indaba, but if they are present, they are duly recognized. Representatives of the faith-based organizations, representatives of the civil society organizations that are here, distinguished panelists. I take note, he is not just the chairperson of Publish What You Pay, he's also the president of the Zambia, Mine Makers Union of Zambia. Mr. Chewe, do you recognize? Youths, very present, and that is how it must be. There must be transition continuously. Youth must always be present when people are sharing national resources. They must be part and parcel at the table. They must be seated there. They're women, and I take note that there could be artisanal miners who are in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, the members of the press. It is my singular honor and pleasure to officially open the Zambia Alternative Mining Indaba 2025 on behalf of the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, Honorable Paul Kabusu. I hereby welcome all delegates from the region, across the globe, and indeed from within Zambia, who have gathered here to reflect, innovate, and collaborate on the future of Zambia's mining sector under the theme, leveraging Zambia's mineral wealth for sustainable development, moving beyond raw material supply. I think the theme would not be more appropriate because of our time. We should never allow a situation where raw materials mined in our country leave this country without local beneficiation and value addition. Zambia today stands at a historic turning point. For decades, our mineral wealth has anchored the economy. You may wish to know, sometimes when we say there is nothing we are getting from the mineral wealth, when you go to Chingora was built at the back of mining activities. You talk about Mufrira, Wansha, to some degree Karushi, and partially Nampundu and Kitwe. It is because of mining activities. In the new mining areas, we want to bring the good times back so that you cannot have a mining asset in Mfumwe, in the middle of nowhere, and the people living in hostels, people being transported long distances to mining areas. It is totally unacceptable. So those activities, you realize that when there were those mining townships, there were social services that were following in the form of schools, hospitals that were built around the mining investments. Those are direct services. Those are direct benefits that tended to accrue to the community. But I must say that in Bemba there's a phrase which says, you cannot perpetually say that we used to be rich, we used to be good people. That is not going to pull down a child as part of direct translation. It is important that we address issues that we face as a people at this moment in time. So, we must ensure that this wealth called minerals becomes a true catalyst for industrialization, inclusive development, and economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is expected that after this Indaba, you will explore strategies to maximize Zambia's mineral wealth for sustainable development, strengthen stakeholder collaboration to drive industrialization in-country beneficiation and local value addition, and identify policies and financing models to ensure equitable participation in mineral value chains. Talking about, I'll refer to that issue later on stakeholder engagements, because I think that is very important, and that's what brings us here today. Together, these outcomes will not only register a clear pathway for moving beyond raw material supply, but also foster inclusive growth, environmental stewardship, and long-term prosperity for the people of Zambia. As such, the Zambia 2025 will delve into practical and tangible actions, I believe, that guarantee that Zambia is moving from mere rhetoric when it comes to benefit sharing. I'll refer to that later as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be aware that the Mineral Regulation Commission Bill and the Geological and Minerals Development Bill are now law. And the President assented to these at the end of last year and in April this year. You may wish to note that the government, through the ministry, was putting systems and structures in place for the commencement and operationalization of the Mineral Regulation Commission. We hope that this can be not too much in the distant future. The Mineral Regulation Commission must take foot and start implementing its rightful responsibilities. Government has set a clear national target to ramp up copper production to 3 million metric tons by 2031. This is not simply a number, it is a statement of ambition, it's a statement of intent aimed at transforming the country. And you see it as a bold step to reclaim Zambia's position as a top global mining powerhouse. And most importantly, a pathway to deliver jobs, growth, socio-economic development for the people of this country. Now, 3 million metric tons of coal. All our history as a people, we never had a target to achieve. We're just working. Whatever comes, we are happy. We can never be happy celebrating a person who comes number 10 in a race. We need to celebrate success. The president has given us a clear position. We need to get back in the Champions League. To be in the Champions League, you must be in the top 3 globally where possible. So therefore, setting a target of 3 million metric tons of copper, once achieved, its impact on the economy is significant. I take note that yes, we are talking about 3 million metric tons of copper, but the communities are not benefiting. You are talking about FDIs. You are talking about licensing arrangements, which is probably riddled with corruption. I take note of all those, but I will refer to them at an appropriate time. I don't intend to spend too much time in front, as they correctly indicated, I was a lecturer, so teachers, like politicians, have bad manners. So we need to just move slightly quicker. On Thursday, the 17th July 2025, the Ministry of Mines launched 4 ministerial strategic documents that demonstrate our commitment to structured and transparent governance of the mining sector. And these include 1, ministerial communication strategy. For a long time, we have been involved in communication, but we have not been talking to each other. Communication, talking is part of communication, but communication without talking is not an effective one. The issue of stakeholder engagement strategy, I indicated earlier that I'll come back to this. For a long time, government stakeholders would go around the country carrying out consultations. And when they're consulting, they have already made up their decision. You are merely being consulted to be informed. That is not an effective way of engagement. We are talking about stakeholder engagement strategy. That is to establish a comprehensive and consistent framework for the ministry to engage its stakeholders effectively in the management and development of Zambia's mineral and petroleum resources. We would love a situation where when we have a document, it is purely for purpose of discussion and to synchronize our thinking. Otherwise, it would be better to come with a blank sheet, because that is where you are engaging. The final outcome of that engagement process is determined by the participants in that engagement arrangement. When we come up with a document in the form of regulations, and stakeholders from whichever angle, they say we have not been consulted, the president will simply call you and say, can you go back and consult? Can you go back and engage? So engagement is a key issue, and that's one of the issues that I raised some time back in Cape Town. It was so difficult to meet officials from the Ministry of Mines in Zambia, but it was so easy to meet the Ministry of Mines officials in Cape Town. And we said, no, this has to change. Can we talk to each other in our country, deal with the issues as we see them? And I want to believe our offices, not just the Payment Office, our offices are open as and when you want to interact with us. Also, for us to know whether we are doing something positive or not, we have the monitoring and evaluation plan that we put in place, but that is more internal. And obviously, the communication plan for the countrywide high resolution area of physical survey. I think the keynote address, Mr. Rifuka, made reference to this. So we needed to have a communication strategy. Now, I just need to indicate to you that for ease of management, we divided the country into 4 zones. And the company that we hired to carry out area geophysical survey is one of the leading companies in the world, not just in Africa. We are talking about Europe. We are talking about Middle East. We are talking about Australia. This company, Excalibur, is a leader in airborne geophysical survey. We have so far finished, almost, should I say finished or almost finishing, Zone A. Zone A is Western Province and Northwestern Province. And after that, we shall go into Northern Province, which is Zone C. Zone B was covered by our partners called F2M, who move over Copperbelt Province. So to a large extent, we are transparent. We want to be as transparent as humanly possible. Every quarter, I don't know if you have seen a pattern, we have established a news brief, some kind of information sharing platform where the minister announces the performance in the mining sector and various interventions that we are putting in place in order to make the mining sector better than the way it was yesterday. So those are deliberate measures, and we are not stopping. We shall continue for as long as it is necessary. That when the call of duty is made, my colleagues who remain, they will have to continue that pattern. Ladies and gentlemen, government is committed to promoting organized and safe and legal mining as the only viable path to sustainable national growth with regards to formalization of artisanal and small-scale mining sector. So far, since 2023, 1,488 artisanal mining rights have been issued and granted licenses as each way. And out of this, 312 are for non-gold, and 1,176 of those mining rights were given to gold artisanal miners. You may wish to know that the country, I've made reference to this already, but just on the artisanal, it's a managed, right? You go to bed, there is a gold rush in Denver. There's a gold rush in Mufumwe. How do you manage that? 4+1 principles. Number one, all mining activities, artisanal or large scale, must be legal. Therefore, through legal, it must be licensed. Secondly, it must be safe. There must be safe mining. And because of safe mining requirements, I must give you an update. As I speak to you now, training of artisanal cooperatives in Mufumwe has started, so that there is no excuse for people to commit suicide going into mining areas to expose their innocence, things that they don't know they want to do. We want to have them trained. We shall give them a certificate of attendance as evidence that they have to speak. At this point, we have established what we call the pit side manual. We have worked with most of you here, and we have also worked with UNDP to help us develop the B-side manual. The NGOs who wish to participate on this particular training program using this manual, please come forward. We need to work with you. It's not a monopoly of the Ministry of Mines. The only important thing that the law may say, we shall do this. But when we agree that you are going to undertake this program, it is ourselves who are doing it. So can we please reach out and reduce the calamities, the fatalities taking place in the mining areas? So the only thing I can mention about the flying that is currently taking place, we have covered almost 31.7% of the whole country, Zambia, in terms of flying continuously every day. That's what has happened. So, ladies and gentlemen, government recognizes that for mining to deliver lasting transformation, it must be inclusive. I said safe mine, legal, safe, and must be transparent in terms of trade. There must be no insecurity. And lastly, keynote address, you indicated, there must be inclusivity. Inclusivity at two levels. Number one, we cannot have a mining asset in Mfukwe without cooperatives owned by local people. That's number one. The second one is, there is no large mining operation that will take place anywhere in the country without equity participation of the communities. There is a reserve of 5% that is dedicated to the communities, and that is the guidance, and we are incorporating the 5% in every transaction that we are clearing lately. So there is need for participation. Most often, women and youths plus artisanal miners remain on the margins and they are spectators in their own resources. Our policies are now embedding local content requirements, community development agreements, and labor protections to guarantee that benefits are widely shared. We would not want a situation where I set up a company because I'm from, so that I don't teach anyone from which country I can mention. I'm from Barbados. Since sometimes people claim they're foreigners. They are from Barbados. So they form up a company in Zambia, a large-scale operation, and they want to have 90% coming from their country of origin. It is not tenable. If foreigners are going to come, they may come as investors, but they can be within the 10% of the overall labor employment statistics. So if that's not happening, please take note. Not more than 10% of the total population. Most of the mining houses are showing that it is possible. So any new investment must ensure that they include local people in the employment opportunities. Civil society organizations, leaders of faith-based organizations, and traditional leaders are critical partners in holding government accountable and ensuring that mining contributes to social justice and community well-being. It is evident that government and non-state actors have similar objectives. We are not in competition. What we want to achieve are basically the same. The only thing is that it's a position that where people are occupying at a particular time. Ladies and gentlemen, the global green energy transition offers Zambia a unique opportunity with the abundance of critical minerals like cobalt, copper, nickel, lithium, graphite, and rare earth elements, among others. We are well positioned to lead Africa's participation in clean energy value chains through partnerships such as the Democratic Republic and Zambia Battery Council. That Zambia is advancing regional industrialization and promoting technology transfer ensuring that our resources, fuel, EV batteries, and clean energy systems and industries of the future. As we map on the Zambia 25, I call upon every delegate to commit to the hard but necessary task of redefining mining in Zambia. Let us leave this Indaba not only with powerful people or powerful words, but with concrete commitments, policy recommendations, investment pathways, and the Zambia 2025 declaration that will hold government accountable throughout the years to come. You must not hold the government accountable by scratching where it is not itching. Just say it with a straight face. When the recommendations are done, Madam Chairperson, I would like to have a cup of tea with you. The office is open. So the secretariat is official. We don't need to write. What we say is as good as the contract, right? So please let us have an interaction and hear the recommendations and the specific areas where we are not doing well. And what new direction do you think we need to undertake? Okay? So as I conclude, I wish to reiterate that government of the Republic of Zambia stands resolute to creating a conducive environment. Our mineral wealth will no longer be a story of missed opportunities where you keep saying I should have jumped on the train and the train has gone. Instead, it will be the foundation of industrialization, youth empowerment, community prosperity, and sustainable and responsible mining. I pledge continued engagement, transparency, and reform-driven leadership to unlock the full potential of our mineral wealth with the principle, with this principle, and the clear target of achieving our 3 million metric tons of copper production. I am honored at this point to say this conference is declared open, and don't allow me to respond to the key questions that I raised. I've spoken for too long. Thank you very much, and the conference is hereby open.
I know we didn't have coffee, but please a big round of applause for the PS. The PS has called upon us to commit to the necessary task of redefining Zambia's mining sector through this study. And he's gone forward to ask for Secretariat and the Chairperson of the Judiciary Communications, which really aligns very well with the purpose of this Zambia 2025 and the vision that we have for it. Since Zambia 2024 and many Indabas before that, the Indaba has continued to challenge stakeholders to move beyond policy discussions to practical commitments. The Zambia 2025 wants to build on that foundation to focus on action, inclusion, and measurable outcomes. And I think that meeting is for the right time. The idea of the panel discussion that we're meant to have, now that the Zambia has officially been opened, is to set the tone for the Indaba, uniting voices across sectors to reinforce the values of transparency, equity, justice, and sustainability. This panel will frame the discussions to follow and inspire a collective commitment to a mining future that benefits all Zambians. So to unpack the theme for us and set the tone for the panel discussion, I would like to call upon Mr. Joseph Chewe, who is the board chairperson for Publish What You Pay, Zambia, to give us a speech just unpacking the theme for us and set the tone for the discussion. And then we'll go into a very quick and brief panel discussion and few questions for Q&A. Mr. Joseph Chewe, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Now, when the PS has spoken, it's very difficult to yes, especially Mr. Ifuka praised you when he was given some lessons in how to come out. So thank you very much, Mr. Ifuka, and also the PS. Your Excellencies, the Honorable Minister of Mines, being represented by our own Advocate Secretary, Dr. Benga, Saveta, the representatives of development agencies, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, networks, private sector representatives, the academia, the media, the young people. I say, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, we thank God for giving us the opportunity to meet in this manner and for the traveling message. Let me just say good morning and distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, partners, friends, and comrades. It is my singular joy and pleasure to share these remarks on behalf of Publish What to Pay, Zambia. The Zambia Alternative Mining Indaba 2025 gathering has become a powerful platform for multi-stakeholder dialogue. Advocates, and collective action, uniting diverse voices to ensure that Zambia's mineral wealth truly benefits all its citizens. This is the 11th Zambia that has been jointly organized by CSO. We thank civil society organizations that have come together on behalf of the many citizens. There has been a narrative that shows that CSOs are not organized. But this CSOs-led platform is an indicator of the effort to go together and build a unified voice. So can you clap for ourselves that CSO? For us at Publish What to Pay ZAM, and ZAM is more than an annual event. It's critical space for accountability, strategic reflection. It is here that we reaffirm our mandate to champion transparency, strengthen governance, uphold environmental stewardship, and ensure that the rights of communities are safeguarded in the management of our natural resources. As we reflect on the journey from last year's theme, strengthening the governance of Zambia's mineral wealth for energy transition to benefit Zambians, we recognize how far we have come in translating principles of governance into tangible frameworks for equality. This year's theme, 2025, leveraging Zambia's mineral wealth for sustainable development, moving beyond raw material supply, resonates deeply with Publish What to Pay vision. The global demand for critical minerals in the clean energy transition presents both opportunities and risks. The central question is, how do we make this transition just inclusive, and sustainable. How do we ensure that local beneficiation, community participation, and environmental safeguards are not sacrificed in the race for resources? I want to repeat that question as civil society organizations. How do we ensure that local beneficiaries, community participation, and environmental safeguards are not sacrificed in the race for resources? How do we move beyond being a supplier of raw materials, becoming a builder of industries, jobs, and prosperity for Zambians? These questions, we need to deal with them firmly with our country. And publish what we pay. Our commitment is clear. Number one, to support civil society and partners in advocating for progressive and inclusive policies. Number two, to engage with government and industry in promoting value addition and fair benefit sharing. Number three, to ensure that communities, particularly women, the youth, and persons with disabilities, are not only paid but recognized as key actors in decision making. Number four, to champion global collaborations that place Zambia and its people at the center of this critical minerals discourse. And at the heart of this vision are civil society organizations who play a unique and indispensable role. They are the process to the communities. They amplify the voices of those most affected by money and resource governance. But two, the civil society organizations, they act as bridges of knowledge, helping to close the gap between technical policy discussions and the lived realities of ordinary citizens. In doing so, civil society organizations empower communities with information, turning knowledge into agents. Civil society organizations, they serve as coordinators and conveners, bringing together diverse actors, government, private sectors, and citizens for dialogue and accountability. More importantly, number four, civil society organizations can be partners and be critics to government and industry. Yes, civil society organizations can be partners or critics to government and industry. Civil society organizations can be actors in advancing inclusive development, but when transparency, justice, and accountability are lacking, civil society organizations must also be the conscience of society, speaking truth to power. Civil society organizations must be conscious of society, speaking truth to power. The choice is clear: dialogue or division. This moment calls for dialogue, authentic, inclusive, and transformative dialogue, where the voices of communities are not afterthought, but the very foundation of decision making. Yes, I'm also wearing words as a trade unionist, speaking for the colleagues, the workers in my industry. You may also aware that I present the union in Africa. Wherever they combine in Africa, I'm the champion. So I'm very conscious of the roles that we play to the workers. We have hopes for the workers. We have also fears for the workers. But ultimately, we have deep faith. Whatever we do, the Zambian workers and in the community will benefit from the energy transition. That's our aim. When you say some percentage are reserved for the worker, you may invest, investment. We also want to see that don't only bring the investors, tell them that workers must also be shareholders in this mining industry. For us to own this mine together, we are tired to own workers. Definitely, everything is okay. It includes the policies in your policies that workers must also be shareholders. We have seen from other countries. Where workers are part of the shareholders. And that is why we can share the cake property from the shareholding. Guest of honor, over the next 2 days, session you will participate in, whether on policy reforms, industrial pathways, or in infrastructure like mobility, which changes to think boldly and act decisively. That's to borrow from the previous speakers, that we must act boldly without fear for us to share the scale as a country, as citizens. Like our His Excellency, normal affairs, as citizens first. Civil society will speak. The government as citizens. We have all civil society sit at the table, discuss on how to improve our activities. The recommendation that we will craft here must go beyond ways. It must shape Zambia's mind that is source governance for years to come. Let me conclude by thanking most of all the civil society organizers, the partners, and the everyday kids who have come all the way from many, many places. How much contribute to our mother. We just say our collective resolve, Zambia's minerals fuel sustainable growth, equity, and dignity, not just extraction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think before we go into the panel discussion, I have been informed that the Permanent Secretary has other equally important national matters. I think it's given time. And would like to leave the space for now. We did have plans for a group photo, so I will seek the indulgence of the main moderator if we then do the photo now and then come back and settle down, or
yeah, since the PSA you cannot go through stuff, so that PS with your direct indulgence, and we're going to take a group photo with you before you leave. Thank you. So just get space where the PS is sitting between also the young lady there. So we'll first take this group photo. Let's take this group photo. Then, so we'll be quizzing this. Camera, is that okay? Or we wanted the chairs to come? The camera, it's okay. Okay. Yeah. If you can help yourself. All the chapters. Check. Okay. Okay. In the official camera, I will be saying what is that. Okay. I'm going to invite now the new delegates at our department. It just gives special effects. And how can we see that? We just need to understand if we people have to spend 12% something. Other partners, they have seen the budget that are saying partners. We're able to get ourselves behind partners. If we are not a partner, please find it. If you are not okay, or if you are doubting, okay. Oh, yeah. Yes. Partner. Yeah, one second. Be on one. So what if you do? Just see the head, you can check. So camera, someone. No. Here. I am not from Chima for them. Oh, please, anyone who can join in and sit here, this could be the last session. Is there anyone joining in? Okay, thank you very much. There should be a understanding of the yes or no. So I just invite just a one of the panel is those that are supposed to be panel so that we proceed. Thank you very much. I also have my colleague here. But my colleague here, George Kalimwa, leading the sign interpretation. Please, we have
Okay, thank you so much. We will quickly get into this discussion. We'll try to keep it as short as possible. I'll pretty much only ask one question to each panelist. One of my panelists is outside saying bye to the peers, but in the interest of time, we will start and he may join us later. So just for the purpose of setting the tone for future and upcoming panels, it's important for us to have this brief discussion. And so okay, so I think my first question will be to the ladies of mine. We have been joined by Edward Shabaki on behalf of the Secretary. And that question is, and I know that PS have spoken some of those things in the speech, but please feel free to read some of them just for here. What significant policy, legal, or institutional reforms have been implemented since 2024, and what tangible impacts have they had so far?
Good morning, everyone, and colleagues. Indaba Shivani, Principal Planner in charge of policy planning. So probably the question comes into my mind clearly. Okay, so we have formulated various policies, and one of the key items we have done since 2021 is including the National Minerals Resource Development Policy that anchors everything that has come out of the mining sector in the last few years. So this policy was informed basically by two documents. First of all is the 8th National Development Plan, as well as the Vision 2030 that the government as a whole implements. So we also have to look at what the new government did under the leadership of His Excellency had to do in the mining sector. And one of the key issues that we wanted to deal with or that we're dealing with is basically to increase production is indicated to 3 million metric tons by 2031, as well as formalization of the artisanal small-scale mining subsector. But the key of what we're trying to do also is to deal with the critical minerals strategy, which we have highlighted as one of the key deliverables for the country. We know that the world is going green, and we are blessed to have a lot of these critical minerals in the space. So what we did basically that critical mineral strategy is to talk about and emphasize what the government has been emphasizing on value addition. So with the critical minerals, we have indicated in the strategy that we are going to do value addition in the country. That will help in terms of beneficiation as well as retaining key issues, key capital into the sector. So those are some of the issues that we've been dealing with, but also is to ensure that we deal with formalization. We know that the big players are getting a lot of money out of the country, but we want to ensure that if we formalize the artisanal small-scale mining sector, we can get benefits that we need to develop as a country. Lastly, I want to rush time. With mining, you have to talk about it. So you are giving us too little time for us to be able to give. One of the things that we also want to ensure in there is to deal with what we call local content. So the local content issue has been on our cards for, I think, 2013. And I think we have had a lot of back and forth from the government as well as the private sector. But we can't continue with that trajectory. And so in the policy, is to emphasize that we want to implement content regulations. And I think last month we reached a convergence point in the private sector to ensure that we move forward in this particular matter. So I think in the interest of time, those are the moving issues that we're dealing with in terms of policy formulation and implementation in the market sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will quickly move to publish budget pay, Mr. Chairman. And my question to you is how can traditional and faith leaders help strengthen accountability, ethics, and community engagement with the mindset? How can traditional and faith-based leaders help strengthen accountability, ethics, and community engagement with the mindset?
Thank you very much, Director. The faith-based how can they contribute the mindset? We have seen that the mind first puts our the mind. Most important, the faith-based organizations, I hope that we are the ones that are in the community. And when we are not, we are the ones that are able to pinpoint what each mind is doing, what government is doing, and what can benefit from these minds, and what are the goals. If we need faith organizations and we just government and the owners of the country interact, the next generation will be adapted. So we have a responsibility to go to the mind and to ask them, what are we doing? Yesterday, I went to one Chinese mine and I found some Zambians being asked to get benefit through business. And the way these Zambians were attempted for the Chinese, I said to myself, you cannot get what you grasp. If some organizations for us here, so both organizations you have a role to ensure that you get what is due us. These investors that are in our, they will not just us to come to join them at the table. It is the organizations. I like one faith-based organization or a priest who encourages citizens, community members, the radio station that don't wait for you to be called to the table. You have to change. That's what this morning when I was asking the PS, what is it that you can get from these minds? The way that must mind what the community must mind what to them. In fact, if there is a pollution, it is the community that will face getting the impact of the hazards of the pollution. So it's very important that you don't keep quiet. Civil society organization, we have to faith-based organization. If things are bad, don't keep quiet. If you keep quiet, like my brother said, that what are you going to tell the next generation? Just like that is ignorance, you have a responsibility to do something which is not good. So I hope that this gathering will stimulate our desire to ensure that even that man who is disabled in the community gets benefit, also get a share of the money. I didn't tell you the story that that Chinese company where I visited yesterday, Japanese. The Chinese suppliers, contractors, they have come all the way from China to come and get what is And no one is not talking. No one is talking. No one is not talking. These mines have come with millions of contractors. And that is where the money is. And the effective competition are white. CEOs are white. They give their own brothers business. So meaning, if there is someone that said, we have come with 2 billion, again, I think that maybe on Saturday, we'll go back. Sometimes we are tempted to speak, not as it is, but as permission to pay chairperson national platform. So government, as someone giving their own content, the wrong content is not being followed by the minds. The wrong content is not being followed by the minds. So maybe this was in our hands. It's important how can we nature. It's not where it's now. It's not where it's call for action. So faith-based organization in our community, please, let's stand up. Let's stand up. Defending our windows and get what to do. That is some of the Chinese, the tip of the iceberg. It is the tip of the iceberg. Mining contracts have been done by mines. The this mine that have come on board. Zambia has been signed, and no one is talking. Faith-based organizations are not talking. CEOs are not talking. Who is going to do this guy? It's ourselves. So, when the letter, the board, it's a faith-based organization. Actually, please stop. Let's collaborate. In Manchester, let's collaborate. Unions were given by, you know what is happening. Let's interact and share knowledge for the better of this country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So speaking of inclusivity, I'll very quickly move to our youth on the panel. Elizabeth, she's from actually Global Platform Zambia. And my question to you, Elizabeth, is what innovative approaches are you and civil society bringing to reshape Zambia's mining narrative?
Okay, thank you so much, Daisy, for that question. First and foremost, allow me to mention that for the youth in Zambia, energy transition is not just about energy reforms or energy techniques. For us, it speaks to job opportunities, it speaks to entrepreneurship and skills. It also speaks to a greener society and also a safer environment. For us, the question is not if Zambia is going to transition, but our question is how fast can you transition with the inclusivity of young people? I think there are benefits to young people participating in energy transition in Zambia, and some of the benefits I think you've already highlighted is innovation. What type of innovations are young people going to bring to the table of energy transition? I'm sure most of us can bear witness that in this generation, young people studying engineering, electricians out there. I think the innovations that we're going to bring is young people are going to be able to produce green energy that does not harm the environment, but rather energy that is going to stabilize our environment. Because amid this energy transition, we also want to advocate for a greener environment. We also want to advocate for energy sources that are not going to. And why do we want to do that? Because we believe in protecting this environment for future generations to come. Because we believe there is no other environment for this one. Also, we believe in entrepreneurship skills. A clear example is this solar panel initiatives that have been brought forward. And we're seeing young people moving door to door, advertising that we cannot primarily only rely on hydroelectricity, but also let us venture into solar. And we're seeing young people going into people's houses, advertising on panels, which is an entrepreneurship skill, which is something that young people are now trying to go into entrepreneurship, promoting greener energy. And also the other thing is that we're seeing skills that are being equipped with young people. We're now seeing a large number of young people who are able to set up solar panels on people's roofs, and at the end of the day, people are paying them for that type of skill. So I think we bring a lot to the table of energy transition, and also the question should be is, the people in this room, are they willing and are they ready to actually encourage and also promote youth participation in this energy transition?
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that intervention. And very quickly, I'll move to Mr. Matan, Will from HIVOS. And my question to you, Will, is what core national values and principles should guide Zambia's greener development strategy in the energy transition area?
Thank you so much. If you look at mining, can you get me? Yeah, mining is predominantly in rural areas. And you have to understand that in the context of conflicts, we are seeing that these resources that we have, they are reduced. And the less that we use agricultural areas or not. So for us, it's an opportunity that we take hold of this copper for this critical raw material to develop those areas. But we are seeing the situation that most of these areas are being left behind. Why? Because development is focused to urban areas in the center, we're talking about copper belt, and the people that are on the fringes of this mining are left behind. When we talk about job creation, we are not just talking about job creation for people who are illegal. We are not talking about job creation for people who belong to the track. We are talking about job creation in the context of engineering. If we are to take advantage of this mining, we need to understand that the natural resource base needs to be replaced by mining capital. Yeah? So we are not have a situation where we kids in an area called copper in their what prosperity have to offer in that area. We are talking about developing world-class universities from independence. We only have three national universities that can offer mining. But what about those areas, for example, so we have a lot of mining there. We are having mining in some mining in the northern segment, in mines in eastern province. These are opportunities I see as a country that we can use to develop universities that have a world-class, that the people on the fringes of mining should benefit. I don't see every someone on the copper belt should come and study mining in the center. When the copper is being mined in Solomon, so we need to have deliberate efforts to empower this community. And we don't think of giving anyone by power. We need to deliberate. This is how we indicate that everyone should benefit. But in this opportunity, because I see the president of the United Nations last, we are looking at a case, for example, like in Center for Development Justice. We are talking about empowering communities and following interest for those people that have been impacted by, for example, pollution. We have just one case, the region where we mine management commission. This is happening at 800 million tons of copper. And so when I look at increasing production to 50,000 metric tons, 3 million metric tons, that's 205% increase in copper production. So if we are having challenges like water spillage, we're having poison in Serengeti, we're having flat grounds in Azombo, we're having challenges in Kawe at 800 metric tons. It's not we are below 750 there. And we are increasing by this margin. What should we anticipate as civil society, as government? We have to anticipate the worst disaster unless we put in check these challenges that are facing 800 million metric tons. So in closing, the kind of development that we need to have, if we are to from this copper belt, we need to deliberately invest in sustainable infrastructure and deliberately focus on strong sustainability against weak sustainability. The argument with sustainability is that it doesn't matter the kind of investment that you have as long as you are increasing your man-made capital. But we are against that as civil society are emphasizing strong sustainability, which emphasizes that we can have this development in the context of human-made capital while sustaining natural capital at the same time. This has to be treated.
Thank you so much for your we are running out of time. Well, we have time, so under a minute. My question is that if what kind of action or commitments and accountability mechanisms should Zambia 2025 establish to ensure year-round progress in impact?
Starting between everyone and so very brief. 3 points that I want to raise. Number one, government should work collaboratively with all other stakeholders in remodeling the mining or resource governance systems. Number two, there should be proactive sharing of information, plans, decisions, strategies, etc. around the mining sector so that all stakeholders are involved. And lastly, we should be talking about improved revenue sharing and increasing community benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was very brief. A round of applause to my panelists, please. Thank you so much. So this was the end of our high-level panel to officially open the Zambia 2025. I wish you all a great Zambia and happy coffee.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Daisy for she's done a very good job to moderate. I think we can do better for her. Thank you very much. Colleagues, take note that time is not becoming friendly, inviting people for about 10 minutes for the team break. The team break, I mean, the rest of the team, we use the other second bay. I think the government officials are second bay this time. Please invite you now so we can move. Let's manage time. More directors that are managing age station in any panel notes that timing has been reduced to 45 minutes and make sure that you do everything in that space, introduction, the main conversation, and also the panelists take note that you very brief to the point so that we manage this event very effectively and we cover the time. Thank you very much. I just needed to share those points.
Yes. Of course, it's very, very.
Yes. Welcome back. Everyone, please invite people with their team inside. You can come with your team. You can come with the team inside, please. Time is really tight on this. Time is really tight on this. Please, you're invited to come with your team inside. Please come with your team inside. If you look at the program, swap. Session 2 has become session 1. The teacher opening, that's setting the tone. Then session 1, now we are swapped. We're starting in session 2. That is looking at the protocol. Get aware of extraction route. The objective here, basically to explore some kind of opportunity for regional trade and mechanisms via the regional corridor. This section will be moderated and managed by TSA Executive Director, our partners here as well, That's Mr. Maurice Nyambe. Let's give a round of applause as I invite Mr. Maurice Nyambe to come up to his audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Director of Programs. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you very much and welcome to this second session of our panel discussion for today. We have a case study and we initially had, but let's see what we do in terms of the time. So, before how many here have heard about the digital corridor? Because okay. Strategic transport route that connects Zambia and other ports and international markets. One of the opportunities for trade and regional integration, there is a risk that it could perpetuate patterns of exports, industrialization, and indeed value addition. With this strategic planning, policy frameworks and stakeholder engagements are essential to ensure that the corridor delivers high and long-term benefits for Zambian communities, small and medium enterprises, and regional partners. This session will therefore delve into all these aspects in order to critically assess the potential of the corridor as a vehicle for regional integration and inclusive economic development. The session also aims to explore strategies to ensure the corridor serves as a platform for local beneficiation, trade, and community empowerment, rather than merely facilitating the export of raw materials. So to help me achieve all this, I have a very highly esteemed group of individuals who are involved in one way or another in the discourse around the Victor corridor. And I know that we will have a very fruitful conversation in that respect. So without further ado, allow me to introduce and invite the panelists, and I will be mentioning their names. And please do come up at the stage as I come in. We first have Mr. Chinyanda Chikula. Mr. Chinyanda Chikula is the senior economist at the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises. Please give him a hand as he comes. Next up, we have Dr. Wala Chabala. Dr. Wala Chabala is a trade and logistics expert. Please welcome him as he comes as well. We also have Mr. Bruno Nunes from the Embassy of Angola, Zambia. Welcome. We also have the head of development cooperation at the EU delegation in Zambia, Mr. Claudio Basigalupi. You're welcome. And last but not least, Ms. Katrisa One. Ms. Katrisa One, political economic counselor at the US Embassy. You're welcome. Please give them a hand. Much, and I will come and this is a nice again to have this conversation with you. In terms of how we are going to proceed, I will first have a very brief conversation with all my panelists for about 10-15 minutes. Essentially to get their overall take on the subject matter, and then I will open the floor to allow you, our delegates, to engage and interact with your panelists. With that said, to get started, I would like to start with the government. So, Mr. Chukwu, the Zambian government has on very many occasions highlighted the importance of the Victor corridor to the regional economic agenda as it relates, of course, to Zambia. So I would like him to help us contextualize this. Why is government so excited by this project, and what does it mean for our economic prospects of the country?
Thank you very much. It's my privilege to be here and to be in this panel just to interact with areas. And government, we are excited about the prospects
Lobito corridor because it fits into our plan, our long-term vision. As you know, Zambia is land linked with other countries, right? And that entails that our ability to grow and to thrive is dependent on Zambia participating in regional economic bodies and participating particularly in trade and investment opportunities that arise as a result of us being strategically positioned. The Lobito corridor is just one of the corridors that the Zambian government is unlocking. We also have the Kala corridor, and we also have another which is stretching into Tanzania. Okay, so all these have huge potential, especially for growth and development, in the sense that as roads develop, as trade routes develop, it affords entrepreneurs within those communities to build businesses which will have markets which are greater than their local community. So in this sense, I will also highlight some statistics which I'm sure you're already aware of. Zambia's population is about 21 million, meaning if you're setting up a business in Zambia, you would ideally just be thinking about the 21 million citizens as your target for whatever business. And then you segment this market into the ones who actually demand your product. But DRC has a population of about 111 million. Angola has a population of about 40 million. So altogether, we're talking about now having a market area of about 170 million, which gives you a better business case for setting up any business that will target the three countries. And this is what the Lobito corridor does. It unlocks, because it will potentially, the railway was or is envisioned to pass through Angola, DRC, and then Zambia into the Copperbelt and Northwestern provinces. This means that with this kind of intervention being created, this infrastructure that makes it easier for people to move, to trade, and to also unlock other opportunities such as tourism and other meeting events and so forth, you will have a greater potential to grow. So this is why the Zambian government is excited. It's because it falls into our initial plans. Zambia is a part of SADC, Zambia is a part of COMESA, and we can see the potential for this regional area becoming a thriving economic hub.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask that my panelists please use that mic so that I can have the ability to catch it short. All right. Thank you so much, Chinyanga, for that. I will now go to Bruno. Bruno, Angola is, of course, a very key part of this equation as well. So I'd like to find out from you, is the Angolan government as excited as the Zambian counterparts for this? But also, as we respond to that, please help us also understand what does it mean for your country.
Thank you. Of course, we are very much excited. As much as Zambia, DRC, and everyone else involved in the Lobito corridor. It's a strategic development axis that connects our country to the neighbors, and not just the neighbors, but also the whole region, especially the southern region. As our first one was correctly said, it's connecting DRC Zambia initially, which we are looking around 170 million people, but also with the future vision of connecting to an existing corridor, which is Sahara, connecting Tanzania to Zambia. So then we are connecting not just landlocked countries to the Atlantic Ocean, but also in a way making Zambia also like a hub, our logistics hub in the middle that will connect the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean. With that as well, I have 4 points here I would like to mention. What it would mean nationally for as I said, the Lobito corridor alone in Angola crosses 5 provinces, connecting over, linking over 40% of our population. This means that it does not only move minerals, but also support agricultural trade and small businesses for Angola itself. The second point I have is regionally, as I mentioned already, it's connecting Zambia and DRC, which is the shortest and most competitive route to the Atlantic Ocean, which obviously will reduce costs for any business involved directly within the corridor. For communities and small, medium enterprises, which is also our focus, that we are all here that are willing to know what impact it will have on those. Angola is ensuring that the locals are part of this transformation through a program called Diversified Plus. A program which involves around 300 million US dollars, where we are supporting small and medium-sized enterprises along the corridor so that transporters, warehouse operators, farmers, entrepreneurs directly benefit from this infrastructure. Finally, but not least, internationally, with over 5 billion USD dollars already mobilized from the US, the European Union, and African Development Bank, and Angola's own sovereign wealth fund. This project is attracting unprecedented global attention. But Angola's priority is clear. Partnerships must deliver local jobs, skills, and sustainable industries, not just export. So yes, Angola is equally excited, but our excitement is rooted in the belief that the Lobito Corridor will be a gateway to opportunity for people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I will be coming back to you at some point later, but I'm going to move to your channel. And look, we know that projects of this nature at scale usually trigger wider activities connected to them across their value chain, if we can call it that. So I'd like you to tell us what critical infrastructure investments are needed to support industrial and trade activities around the world. What is it?
Sure, thank you so much, moderator. Let me start by saying that I've done a bit of work on the Lobito Corridor. One of the articles I put out early last year, was easily one of the most cited articles Joe Biden came to Angola. Yeah, we maybe should step back and reflect on the fact that the Lobito Corridor is based on the Benguela railway line, the Ngera, as they say in Angola. This railway line has been in existence for 100 years now. It fell into disuse during the Civil War in Angola. And the Chinese rehabilitated it 2005 to 2015. Why do I put this out? I put this out because one of the dimensions which we discuss this topic is a geopolitical dimensions. Imagine that the Chinese own a large chunk of mining assets in TRC. The majority of mining in TRC they own. They obviously built the Tazara Railway. Now they are concessioning it. They, if you imagine, they take over the Lobito corridor. So they basically not only control the assets, the mining assets, also control the routes to east and to west. And so the corridor was concessioned out, and no surprise that the concessionaires were winning. The operators, Trafigura, Water Angel, Portuguese, Trafigura, Singaporean, and Swiss, and Victorious, which are Belgian. Why I say this just for us to wear that hat of geopolitical dimensions. The concessionaires that are now running the corridor birthed the notion of the corridor, and they emphasized that it would be more than just transporting materials from the mining hubs of Zambia, TRC, to the port. As my colleague here said, it's one of the most economical routes of transporting mining minerals. So economical that some previously uneconomic bodies could actually become economical to explore. So what we do to make sure that we don't just transport raw materials from these routes? I think, and the moderator mentioned a very important term, value chain. I think we should think in terms of regional value chains. We should straddle the value chain from source of mining materials to the port along that corridor. And then we should ask ourselves the question, which is the place that's most well endowed to take to run activities, to employ activities for value addition. I emphasize regional value addition, meaning we need to appreciate that not all value addition or beneficiation should be done in Zambia or in DRC. We should think that if Zambia and DRC originate the copper or other CRMs, are there naturally endowed locations along the corridor in Angola where some beneficiation could be done, some value addition could be done? I'm thinking energy. Angola has much more excess energy than we have in Zambia and DRC at the moment. So energy-intensive activities of that value chain could be deployed in Angola. What this means is that we need to think regionally. We should go away from thinking about setting up special economic zones, one in Zambia to produce EV batteries and the one in DRC to do the same thing. We should think regionally, which is the most suited region along the corridor to be able to undertake some activities that needs to be done for value addition. Which one is best endowed from the public point of view to be able to undertake value addition? Once we think that, once we agree to that, then we start establishing the critical infrastructure needed. And so we think bonded warehousing, for instance, logistics hubs. If we think in regional, then things should be able to flow smoothly across these borders from Zambia into Angola, from DRC to Angola, with bonded facilities in place. In other words, these things that are being value added to don't need to start going through rigorous customs border checks before the copper goes to be beneficiated into Angola, into enamel wire, which needs to go into motors, for instance. That's not the infrastructure. So this dimension, energy. We need energy appropriate, suitable energy. Given we are greening, we are going green, especially energy also speaks to that. We need capacity building. We don't have capacity in place for these things. So we need to ensure that we have capacity building. I engaged the PS a few months ago to promise industry who say that the Solways Training Institute has been set up to particularly build skills for SMEs for valuation corridor. We need to think about the skills that we need and build those skills. You can actually go on and not but I also need to manage our time as well. But thank you very much. I will be coming back to you again after. Katrina, if I may turn to you, one of the key concerns that arises when it comes to projects of this nature has to do with the social and other implications that could actually arise in that respect. So I'd like you to tell our delegates how, in your view, the Zambian government of Zambia can negotiate corridor agreements or agreements related to the corridor that incorporate social, environmental, and indeed economic safeguards. How do you think the government should do that?
Thank you very much. Yes, and we have this conversation a lot, both with international partners and with our colleagues from Washington. And I think there's a strong tendency on the side of our capital in Washington to say, oh, we would like to offer technical assistance for the development of regulations or the development of legislation. But to be perfectly honest, in many, if not most cases, we are able to tell them, as a matter of fact, when it comes to many of the regulations, for example, environmental, labor protections, those types of things, Zambia actually has, in most cases, some pretty decent laws on the books. So we know that really the challenge that we're facing comes down to the implementation. And so for that reason, I would say, I think really where our focus needs to be in order to enable the implementation of those existing regulations. And in some cases, yes, maybe to make some improvements or to work on some small issues, but we really need to focus on the transparency piece and the accountability piece. And I think there are different ways to do that, but I think really shining a light on issues and not just allowing, but encouraging open speech, open feedback from communities, from civil society, encouraging robust coverage by the media, rather than in any cases trying to feel threatened by it, feel that people shouldn't be allowed to speak freely. I think those are the things, along with some other things that will help us get to that point of real transparency and real accountability, where Zambians and their partners are, again, not just allowed but encouraged to speak out about what they need in their communities, what they need for their environment. So I think, for me, a big part of the answer would be to allow those different players to act as some of Zambia's watchdogs, right? To really encourage the attention to be open and the vision to be open on the activities related to whether it's Lobito or just more broadly economic. I also think that we as the United States government also see, for example, auditing tools that would be extremely helpful and would really, again, shine a light on the different companies that are involved in this work. And going a bit to the theme of this conference, I want to emphasize on behalf of the United States that it's not just mining companies that are interested in being here. No, we absolutely shouldn't just think of the Lobito corridor as an opportunity to ship copper to the West. In fact, we know American companies not only are they interested in the actual money, they are interested in working with Zambians to provide equipment, to develop the hospitality sector, to work in infrastructure, logistics, energy, agriculture, the real development of agribusiness. We know that there are a lot of interest in those areas. And in fact, what we hear most often from some of those US and other large partners, international companies, is that they want there to be transparent regulations and equal competition. And in fact, the thing that they ask for and ask us to advocate for is just that those regulations just be applied equally across the board, so that a responsible is not asked to follow regulations, whereas irresponsible perhaps finds a way to avoid them, or to step around them. I think for the vast majority of companies that really want to come here and partner, that is what they're doing. It's a level playing field based on transparency.
Right. Thank you so much, Patricia. How the EU has been one of the cooperative partners that have supported this initiative from the beginning. So I would like you to just speak to us about what lessons you think can be drawn from other regional trade corridors in Africa that have successfully balanced trade and border. Are there any lessons that we should be picking from? Maybe where the EU has been involved.
Thanks a lot for the question, and thanks a lot for the invitation. Well, the question is very large. The Lobito corridor comes as the last of 12 corridors that have been developed in Africa through the program with the African Union. So now there are 12 corridors in Africa that are developed, that are basically the list of what we call global gateways. So it's a policy of the European Union to increase connectivity in the continent, because we do believe that connectivity, not only transport connectivity, but energy connectivity, digital connectivity, is key to have a development, economic development of. So this is why these corridors, and I would say that Zambia is particularly benefited from this initiative because there are two main corridors that are actually very close to the country, which is the north-south corridor, so the one that goes from Lubashi to Uruguay, and now the corridor that goes from Lobito to Chimborazo, because the corridor, so when we talk about Lobito corridor, it's in fact two corridors. So there is one that arrives from Lobito to Uruguay, and the other one that normally runs right toward Guajardo. All of it turns right and connects to Chimborazo, the corridor. So these two corridors are called the Lobito corridor, but it's in fact what was announced in October 23 as the Trans-African corridor. So what coming from Province, in fact, the corridor connect Lobito to Chimborazo in Zambia, then we start the Bazar connection. That's only Trans-African corridor exists for the time. And it is essential in terms of transport connectivity and economic development of the country. The connectivity is essential. You cannot have economic activities that are bringing, for instance, foreign currencies if you don't have that connection. You have an air connection, which is not the same. So the Lobito corridor is a key part. Now, the Lobito corridor, of course, is a transport infrastructure, but as any infrastructure can have positive and negative impacts. Positive impacts, of course, in terms of economies, agriculture, manufacturing, but you have plenty of negative that it's analyzed and planned effort to reduce them. So in terms of movement of people, because for instance, the will attract the population towards those new areas where economic activities will happen. So you have to step forward and avoid to have, for instance, informal settlements, create communities where there is no access to water, to education, but also to education, health, services. So the time before that infrastructure is on the ground to how to plan the, let's say, the response to this negative possible. And so, for instance, for the European Union here in Zambia, we are basically only working on those. So we are working on how we can avoid those negative impacts much before the real infrastructure the railway will have. Because you cannot wait the railway to be there to start thinking of what we are working on the artisanal training, we are working on urban planning, we are working on how to attract investments, because you cannot have a railway without economic activity. So you have to go ahead and because the railway will not be an export. So you have to attract investors, also in the energy sector, also in the transport sector, to keep the interest, possibly with external investors. The real infrastructure being justified. And yes, so it's a very complex. The participation of the CSOs and NGOs, the community is essential, it's fundamental. For instance, in the mining sector, we are working with the communities and protect them from these activities. When they will start, we are accessing the local communities and providing them legal advice on how to defend themselves from mining activities will start to avoid land grabbing or child labor. This has to be done before. So to create an environment where this is our principle, but they do find a community that is concept.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry to keep cutting you, but we do need to manage our time. Now, I did promise that I would get a few questions from the audience. I still want to keep that promise. I know we are almost out of time, but I would like to just give an opportunity maybe to get two very, very burning questions from the audience. And there are two people who have two burning questions that they would like to ask. And in order for it to be fair, I'll get one question for the female and a question for the male. So each female wants to ask her first question. It's very quickly. I've seen 5 years, I'm ignoring her. So let me just, is there anyone else? Any other female who wants to ask a question? Okay, I see a hand right in the middle there. Finance is going to be moderating this session at some point, so she will say whatever she wants to say in that session to find it to say. So let's start with one question. Tell us who you are and also what organization you represent and who you are asking the question. Yeah. Let's capture it. Okay, let's start with the question. I said maybe we have 1 minute, so please give the mic to her. It's a gentleman. The fact is, so this is a special.
So thank you very much and good afternoon. I think I'm Jacob Packer from the Southern African Coastal Children Association. I think we participated during the time when there was a consultation to look at the and benefits for which in terms of that. But now we have said we really started the investment that you are putting in this corridor, and then looking at the investment that you are trying to say you're going to improve, upgrade, restore infrastructure, and also other potential issues that we talked about, communities and citizens that have opportunities that business. But when you look at the title of this it was agreed to establish the Lobito corridor as a transit transportation facilitation to manage the movement of people. That is well said as we are seeing this corridor as a transit route to check out our resources, whether they are value or not. And Mexicans, you have to come and tell us to say the beneficiation, extension of the country like that, and the private sector in the development of this country. Otherwise, we are looking at it as a transition to check out our resources.
Thank you very much. Also, the question about community beneficiation. There's no other thing I'm that see. So, finance. The Lord has. All right. Please go ahead.
I actually wanted to ask the same.
Okay, so I would share ask the ministry to respond to that. I think one also wants to add to that. Very quickly, please. Okay, so in my area, it's now just generally speaking about that region integration, how the corridor will play a part in this bigger hope of ensuring that Zambia, DRC, and Rwanda begin to interact with more meaningfully from an economic perspective, so that all three countries benefit. And you have read that the plan is actually bigger than that, right? And so now I will add something else that the Zambian government alongside the agency government is doing, and that is that we're working on a special economic zone which will be located in the Copacabana region, where mineral beneficiation will be actually done between the two countries around the EV battery value chain, so that we can then have meaningful industrialization happening within the nation in the mineral sector, because I think that's where you're interested in specifically. You know that mining has been the mainstay of the Zambian economy, right? So we cannot really do away with mining, but we use mining as the starting point for growing the rest of the economy, right? And so we have learned lessons from other countries, how they have used such platforms to then grow other sectors of the economy. And this is the plan around the Lobito corridor as well. Therefore, you have other projects which have already started supporting the Lobito corridor growth to develop SMEs along the Lobito corridor space, and that is already happening right now. So under Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, we have a project called the Lobito Corridor Project, and that is financing SME capacity building in Northwestern Province, in Copacabana Province. Currently, that is already happening. And this training is particularly happening for those who are interested in our industrial yards, where we are developing clusters and value chains of various types, not just in mining, but in other
value chains. So the intention from the Zambian government point of view is that this is a launch pad for us to harness our natural resource endowment, transform it through industrialization, and of course, we have a broader market now, which will be able to purchase these goods. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I know other panelists also want to contribute to that, but the way to do this is I will have you each give your closing remarks in 1 minute, and I will literally give you a minute each. So as you give your closing remarks within that 1 minute, please find a way also of adding to that presentation. So we'll start with Dr. Okay, this is a tough moderator. We've never seen one. I think we need to bear in mind that the Lobito Corridor concept itself was built by the concessionaires, the three I mentioned earlier on. We also need to bear in mind, I mentioned earlier on, the geopolitical dimensions. It was important that there was a route that was controlled by not China to be able to take resources out of the copper belt of Zambia and sea. So we've also seen, and this is borne out by data out there, that they are signing up mining companies to transport their mining minerals on that route in the hundreds of thousands of tons. They are signing up mining companies to transport mining minerals on the Benguela River. In other words, they are not signing them up to add value along the route. So what Zambia, Angola, and DRC have to do is deliberately think, how do we not just get these mining companies and the concessionaire transporting these minerals? How do they add value along the road? Which is why I say we need to struggle the regional value chain across the corridor and think, where do we add value appropriately for that corridor? I'll tell you that in Congo, there is a company called Pensana that's mining rare earth elements. So the critical minerals out of DRC and Zambia, with the rare earth elements that Pensana put together, can actually work towards developing these green energy facilities. That's the way we should be thinking. I want to go away from the idea of thinking of special economic zones in each country, straddling the entire value chain. That will not deliver the benefits of regional cooperation. We need to have a story. That's where thank you so much. No, under a minute.
Don't guarantee it. The Lobito Corridor must be judged not only by the mineral it carries, but the lives it improves. What I'm trying to say is, we are sitting on, if we look at the idea, the initial idea is 3 countries. Very well known, as the PS said, Zambia wants to be the powerhouse again of mining. So DRC, we all know, is very well known for its urban was of all the minerals it has. Angola, second most biggest powerhouse of oil. So we have a lot of natural resources in those 3 countries. Of course, the Lobito Corridor, as everyone here, all the members said, it's not a transportation of minerals only, it's a connectivity for the region, for the development and increase of value of the region, but also the lives of people. You know, it's important that yes, we scrap away most of the politics and focus more on how we can develop the region. As correctly said, it connects also an energy sector, water, which are, if we look at it, our region, it's so rich but so poor at the same time, which doesn't make any sense. So for me, the corridor, it's just one of many more other projects that should link all our regions together, all our continent for the bigger development and bigger growth.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. So I will try to the rest of the presentation before. So what the European Union
Zambia has signed in October 23 in MOU, understanding, which I call read it as it is. It's called Partnership on Sustainable Raw Materials Value Chain. So it is not about raw materials, it's about material value chain, and it's based, in fact, on 5 main pillars: technology transfer, ESG standards like artisanal mining support, geological mapping, skill development and governance, and human rights compliance, and investment in infrastructures where Lobito holds. So the way the European Union wants to work in the critical raw material sector is not what was happening 100 years ago, where eventually raw materials were exported like that. It's not what other economic partners of Zambia are doing. And also for a simple reason, because since 20 years in the European Union, there is no extractive industry. So we wouldn't know what to do with the raw materials. So what we want to do here is transform, is create added value, local added value, is creating jobs opportunities, is creating an environment where for all actors respond to the same standards, to the same regulations, to the same laws that rule the sector. So we don't want that suddenly in Zambia there are some that are way to those and some others that don't, creating eventually a distortion of what is happening in the country. So be sure we're not going to get raw materials as both at the time of the colony or eventually, because we don't want that. It's the interest comes from eventually after the COVID, there was a disruption in the world economy, and we need to create and diversify the sources of minerals. This is from creating added value. This is why we are attracting investors from you to transform those here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Chris.
Thanks a lot. I think that we all agree that really the story of the Lobito corridor is one of potential and one of opportunity for this region and beyond. So I really appreciate the comments of the colleagues. In going back to that theme of transparency and accountability, being the most important, keep it short by using the words of a great American, Martin Luther King Jr. to say, "Darkness cannot do darkness, only light can do that." And I hope that that will be one of the themes of this great potential.
Brilliant quotation to end on. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of our session. Apologies about how we're rushing our panelists, but we have to do what we have to do. This one, thank you, my very much.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Nyake. He's doing that in the leader. Time. But it's funny at the end, at letting go. So the next session, thank you very much, Mr. Nyambe, for all money. Thank you, especially the time. You have set the bar very high for other moderators. We are going back to session 1. Session 1 is looking at transforming Zambia's green world policy and the industrialization pathways. The objective is to identify policy intervention and strategies for advancing mineral beneficiation. With that said, let's give a round of applause to the moderator, the country director, actually in Zambia, that's Friday, September. So make sure that the discussion is very concise, get a lot of share, but time is different. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Stephen Mamba from KM Paris to join me as a panelist discussing transforming Zambia's mineral wealth, policy and industrialization pathways. We also have the pleasure to call Mr. Edward Shabani from the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development. I also have the pleasure of inviting Madam Abigail Mailenge from IGGMZ. And finally, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Oliver Maponga from UNECA. You can encourage the panelists. Thank you very much. This session will be able to unpack the theme of the 2025 summit, but also to ensure that we look at the value chain through policy reform, local beneficiation, and industrial expansion. The panelists here will help me unpack what it really means for Zambia's transformation in the mineral sector, but also transforming minerals to mineral wealth. But does the policy really allow that to happen? Are our policies sufficient for us to transform Zambia's mineral wealth? We're also looking at Zambia being endowed with so many mineral resources. And since independence, Zambia has been exporting raw materials. And to help with that discussion, I'll start with government. Mr. Shamani, coming from the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, and having heard what the Cabinet Secretary he said in his address today, he talked about equity, he talked about transparency, accountability, capacity building and strengthening. Most importantly, he talked about safety and security, social justice, and most importantly, wealth and well-being. With that said, Mr. Shamani, looking at the current scenario, do we have sufficient policies to enable value chain, or are the policies adequate enough to ensure that we transform our mineral wealth? Thank you.
Good afternoon once more. So the answer to your question is yes and no. And I will unpack the yes and no very shortly. So basically, I think as we are aware, the mining sector is bread and butter of the country, contributing to around 12% in terms of GDP, 23% in terms of foreign earnings. So it's the biggest sector. And I think we all know that it has been the sector that has been feeding the nation for the longest time. Now, what are some of the lessons? I think we have been hosting the mining in Indaba since last year. And one of the thrusts of what we've been talking about is how can we benefit from the mining sector to ensure that these trickle-down effects, like the PS stated and many other speakers have spoken about. So in terms of that, when I spoke in the area panel, I spoke about the policies of the Ministry of Mines, working with other ministries of that is anchored on what is known as the 8th National Development Plan. Now, the yes is in the sense that we want to ensure that there's some benefits accruing to the Zambian people in terms of job creation, like the union spoke about, in terms of business opportunities, in terms of value addition. And I spoke about the issue of dealing with critical minerals. And in terms of critical minerals, which is like, the in thing in the mining sector, we are emphasizing value addition. And value addition is the one way in which Zambians can benefit. If we start to value add here, And I remember one of the meetings that we had, speaking about the Lobito corridor, as well as the issue of the precursor batteries. You know, I was with Dr. Mapunga at one of the meetings where we had the USA come to Zambia. I remember I read a very fierce fight with the Vice Chancellor from CPU, where these guys were telling us, say, look, you don't have capacity, you don't have, you know, the financial muscle to be able to value add. So these, you know, raw materials that you want to sign with the Congo, you don't have the skills. And I told them in that meeting, I said, if Singapore started from zero, you can start from somewhere. And that is why, you know, you hear this PS speak, that is why you read the minister speak, that in the new national development minerals policy, the issue that we want to emphasize is value addition. As to whether we do the full cycle of value addition is another case, because that goes for you know, interlinkages within ministries of mines, ministries of small and medium sector, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Finance, to ensure that we capacitate the industries to ensure that there's value addition. But we are not short of seeing that song, Madam Moderator, that we want to ensure that these mining sector benefits the Zambian people because they are blessed with this resource. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Under 3 minutes, Zambia does not do business on its own. I want to believe that Connect will tell from the corridor story that it's other countries connected. Dr. What lessons can Zambia learn from other African countries that have successfully industrialized the sectors and it's actually benefiting the development of those African countries?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Yes, indeed, there are lessons that Zambia can borrow from in terms of using the mining sector as a spring transformation. Just from my colleague from the ministry, Mr. Shabani, I think the first thing that has to be there has to be policy framework. And really, the policy framework that is elaborated on is the one that can help Zambia create the value chains. It's about value chains, like my brother from the previous panel also spoke about. How do we ensure that the value chain matures within a certain jurisdiction? It could be within Zambia, or it could be cross-border. I think as ECA, we're speaking a lot about cross-border value chains, because trying to optimize the comparative advantages of the different countries in terms of where they sit along the nodes of the value chain, the particular mineral. I think Mr. Shabani also spoke about not going the whole, so to speak, but picking specific nodal areas that we think we've got enough leverage. For example, the Zambia DRC, Special Economic Zones project, looks at battery precursors initiative, which is we're talking one step. We produce battery precursors, which are the components that we use to make the actual lithium-ion battery, whatever type of lithium battery we want to make. Start with precursors. Once we've developed the precursors, then we move on to the actual battery, putting the precursors together. Again, speaking about the Lobito corridor, it's about moving those precursors, not moving the raw materials. I think I want to underline that. It's about moving those precursors. It's about ensuring that the value chains mature or get to a certain point within the borders of Zambia, within the borders of the DRC, before we put them on the road. Very, very important. That can be a route towards industrialization. It's not about moving raw materials, but it's about moving processed materials, in particular state, as we move across. I think it's very, very important. So the issue of value addition is critical for industrialization. That can be a spring for industrialization. And when you look at resource-based economies like Australia, Canada. I think it's all been from the industrial base of the processing and value addition of their minerals that they've been able to live from. Another key issue that is being used by most countries around the world is the issue of promotion of content, providing opportunities for local entrepreneurs to be part of the value chain and actually enter industrial growth. I think lots of countries are doing that. In Zambia, should not be left behind and saying that. Let's promote our entrepreneurs, let's promote our micro, small, and scale enterprises to actually be part of these value chains. Let's create a framework that facilitates, if you go, those who have studied industrialization in Norway, tell you that it was deliberate policy promoting or insisting on local collaboration that actually facilitated the development of the industry. It has to be mandatory in both to facilitate the entry of the micro, small, and medium scale enterprises into these value chains. Can be key angle of industrialization. Thirdly, about infrastructure. How do you support an energy-intensive activity without infrastructure? So we need to talk about infrastructure. We need to talk about the major corridor. We need to talk about power. We need to look at how do we tap our renewable energy sources to move the sector. Thirdly, about skills. That's skills intensive. So what we need to do is to build the skill space to be able to. I mean, we've got the engineers, but who we don't have actually the technicians. That are the ones that are in front of industrialization of development. I think on the model, I want to get there, but with the emphasis that the African continental free trade area is there to benefit Zambia as well. Zambia is a member of the FTA, they developed this strategy going into 2021. The market opportunity is there to take, but it's about having competitive industrial products that we can bring over to the continental market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did emphasize aspect around skills development and the importance of having a structure to ensure there is a change. Again, how can small and medium enterprises be supported to participate in innovation? And how can that
very much. I'm glad that you bring to the attention the issue of skills, because when I hear you talk about skills and us having the engineers and not the technicians, we do actually have the technicians and the engineers, but probably we are lacking when it comes to entrepreneurship management and more so managing the mining sector itself. Because we do have the large number of geologists, mining engineers, mining professionals that are working in the large-scale mines themselves. But then what we have been lacking for some time is individuals that can step out from the large-scale operations and be able to drive these units. And that is where policy direction can help strengthen some of these ventures in incentivizing local value addition, such as beneficiation. When you look at the northwestern routes, they are deposits of copper that are close to the surface and are very easy to actually exploit. And they are individuals that are actually leaching within the provisions of the law and doing it on a small scale all the way up to producing copper cement, which can actually be exported because it's not in its raw form. It's almost as close to the copper cathodes that large-scale mines are doing. So if there were deliberate policies that hinder the export of concentrate or raw material, or as it were, and then there is actually incentives such as creating of hubs around the areas, I would like to applaud the geological mapping that is going on, because it will give more people information on where the minerals are. And where the minerals are, the government can be deliberate in ensuring that industries are developed around those hubs.
to actually strengthen entrepreneurs to be able to have access to certain raw materials and raw materials infrastructure that is needed for them to actually start adding value. Locals, indigenous populations need to move away from mining the ore, such as mining manganese, mining copper, without actually adding to it. But they can't add because the amenities that they need to actually add value are not close to them. So we have the expertise, but how do we bring them together? How do they have the knowledge to think through the entrepreneur mind? So that's where the delivery is, the policy direction that ensures the different things that these engineers, these technicians need are readily accessible to.
So, policy monitoring and research center is one of for research for ensuring this having learned that government is actually eager to ensure that this transformation. What are some of the things you can highlight to ensure that government accelerates, and that's based on your research, but also the findings that is in our context as a.
Thank you so much, Director. I think by and large, we have seen that the country mining cannot be done away with. It's actually just every sector that has to thrive. You talk of agriculture, when you talk of the manufacturing, all these downstream rely on the mining sector. Now, in terms of some of the aspects that government can basically do to able to accelerate the mining sector, particularly policy-wise, there are quite a number of key regulations or policies that government has actually developed, which we think are very key in terms of accelerating some of the mining transformation and economic transformation. And so basically you actually see that there is the Mineral Regulation Commission Act. We actually also, it is important to look at the local content regulations, the National Critical Minerals Strategy of 2028, and it is also key to say that as I said, we did a study looking at the issues that we dealt with in order to reach the 3 million metric tons. And but key to this is, I think you heard the PS did mention that we actually have the Minerals Regulation Commission Act. But what is key is, in order for us to see that things are moving, this act must be implemented by a way of ensuring that we actualize, we have people put in place and they begin to enforce the act. I think they are quite, while these tools have been developed, there is need, basically, for us as a country to ensure that implementation results for the country and are actually made very positive to us. These are some of the things that we really need to do in order for us to reach them. So they are short-term and they are long-term. In terms of short-term deliverables, policy-wise, it is important that, like I mentioned, there is need to quickly operationalize the Mineral Regulation Act and the geological and mineral development by expediting development accompanying regulations to avoid policy gaps and uncertainty. The other important aspect also is to finalize and enforce the local content regulations. I think we can look at, for example, what the local content aspect has done. Where the local content is fully developed, the surrounding areas, the mineral beneficiation, particularly when you look at Botswana, it is one example in Africa where all of us can be able to see that. Out of the village, you can be able to see a town. Then the other aspect also is that we really need to improve our supply of energy and related infrastructure. So again, whilst we see and we aspire for the 3 million metric tons of coal by 2031, the idea is that the mining houses are basically expanding, but it's our infrastructure in terms of the smelting capacity, which are basically energy intensive. Are we in line in terms of increasing our energy supply to the mines? And of course, what policies are there to ensure that probably we take into consideration issues to do with the energy, green energy, and as well as energy that is very critical in terms of bridging the gap that we are basically facing. The other aspect is basically the issue to do with knowledge, okay, capacity building. I think one important thing which my colleague even here from UNECA mentioned is that we do have quite a number of engineers, but the skills that we are lacking are soft skills for us to be able to implement and actualize things on the ground. The most important aspect also for us to be able to understand is that we need to ensure that the issues to do with regional integration, particularly I think we know we are ascribed to see the African, the CFTA. We also, within the region, we are talking about developing the Lobito corridor. So what is it that we can do in order for us to make sure that there's serious economic transformation around the CFTA as well as the Lobito corridor? So what is important is that we need, as a country, to regionalize connect. We actually, as a country, that we need to ensure that as we put all these things together, our policies are well aligned in terms of economic transformation, developing the manufacturing sector, the mining sector, that is well intertwined as well as the council component sector.
So much. I appreciate and understand the research. There's so much that you need to add. Sorry, to because of time. Colleagues, you've heard what the panelists just highlighted. To the floor. Just 2 questions. There are 3. Can we restrict to 4 because I have 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen? Please just ask 1 question and 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For Evans, coming from the programs. I'm not sure for overall integration of the organization. My question is, can Zambia really develop where we as a country have minimal shareholding of diesel mines? And the other question is, can we?
Just 1 question. Sorry, just 1 question.
Thank you so much.
Actually, very much calmado ili kusoma kila kitu fulani kama basi popularization is ala ina bali communication ya kwa nje na tupata mimi imani habari za mimi kama ni habari za mimi most kufanyia kwa maana ina mimi polisi wale ndio created and they are produced to fix, they are working around the way. And the government is together from Colonial Company. But my point of view, I would want to first one, but I believe I can see I have to finance. But they want to pay. We don't want to pay. So give us the time to, because next year we want to know which two together.
Last question, I don't have time before the.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, the panelists. I think this question I should have asked in the last, during the last panel discussion, but I'm sure government is represented there in other institutions, so I may still have an answer. I'm asking this question because partly I represent the women's constituency on the Global Fund Country Coordinating Mechanism. So as we know, funding has been cut towards malaria, TB, and HIV because of the global insurgencies that are going on in terms of funding. Now, one of the things that has been spoken about is the Lobito corridor. So when we start implementing the Lobito corridor, have we as government or all the institutions that are involved, have we set aside funds for raising awareness, especially on HIV and AIDS? We have a cut in that area. We need a health community and we need a health nation. And we have, from research, we know that where there are activities, we also have illicit behaviors. So what are we doing in order for us to curtail an increase in HIV and AIDS along the project area? Thank you.
We have a hand here. Thank you. So this is and also in terms of the coordination with other ministries like the Ministry of Education. And then are there initiatives that have been done? Because I'm looking at the new curriculum as probably a missed opportunity that we could have challenged capacity building for small scale mining or skills development chain addition. So as a ministry of mines, and there are any initiatives that we can point out as a starting scale towards capacity building at all levels and looking at also the young people as which Zambia having the youth population. Thank you very much. Due to interest of Mr. Zulu, please, I'll get the last two because they're from the community and it's important that they ask. Colleagues, please indulge that and get comments from the community members. Thank you.
My name is Lexis Pejamoya from the Environment Africa, a youth representative. In as much as we want to talk about the good mining strategies and all that, as the mining ministry, have you thought of a suitable way you can work without harming the environment, without degrading the land or polluting the air and all that? So have you found sustainable ways in which you can mine properly to increase the economy without harming the environment?
Thank you. We have the gentleman back. And we close the prayer.
My question is that what initiative have been put in place in focus to the youth? Because as you know, we are sorting for crisis in terms of employment. I had been at the Ministry of Mines the cadastre as well to find means on how requirements on how to it as well, and as you know, mining requirements. So, what initiatives or institutions that have been put in place for individuals who, like me, have interest to go mining? In the sense, as you know, my final, as I said, final year public university, November, and now in society, even if these rates are difficult to find. So, which institution can I approach in such a sense? Thank you.
Thank you very much, our dear panelists.
They have to go really and say where we're supposed to answer the question. They don't say 2 minutes. One to sport, and then the other minute is going to wrap up the session.
The problem coming from government, all the questions come to get about that situation. But I think all of them are directed to the Ministry of Mines. So the government has recognized that there is need for government participation in the mining sector. That is why we have formed an SPV that is going to take some JVs with mining companies in the Chilean border. So we want to increase shareholding. Formalization, very quick. Because I think all the questions that we asked, I don't know whether the panel is here will be able to pick one of them. Formalization, we have, I think Dr. From the Research Institute indicated that we have 2 acts now, the Geological Act and the Minerals Regulation Act. So now, under the Ministry of Mines, we have introduced what we're calling the Adzana Small Scale Mining Department. Now, what will this department do? One is to give capacity to the ASM sector through provision of equipment and resources. So that department is up and running. And for details of how you can access this and that, if I have time, you can see me outside. Awareness, environmental protection is very, very key, and that is why we're bringing the Mines and Regulation Commission. And one of the key roles will be to ensure that there is proper mining done in an environmentally friendly manner. And I think those are some of the questions that we asked. But Madam Moderator, if you bring the Ministry of Mines, give us enough time, because we want to communicate what the ministry is doing and also demystify some of the things that may not be happening. And so the issues that they've raised, they need more time for us to be able to give them rightful information. Lastly, at the core of what we want to do is to embrace the youth and the women. And in our meetings, the women's organizations that are seated there will tell you that we have been very cooperative with them in terms of dealing with the artisanal small scale issues. We are incorporating the youth and the women. Lastly, I think there was a lady who asked about how do we manage issues, what we call cross-cutting issues, HIV/AIDS, because of these mining things that are happening. In the strategies, you see our interventions. And by the way, if we have to deal with all these key aspects, mining cannot be done alone. That is why we have to collaborate with different stakeholders, the ministries, and quasi-government institutions. Thank you very much. That was so brief.
Thank you very much as well. I represent the Institute of Geology, Mining and Metallurgy, and speaking on behalf of the mining professionals that have been driving the mining sector in Zambia. Our response to can Zambia develop with the minimum shareholding that currently we have? Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that a 5% of $1 billion project is better than nothing at all. Mining is a highly capital-intensive venture, and sometimes may require a lot of investment. And if as a country we can even benefit by having a minimum shareholding at inception to be able to acquire the formalization that can transform what was what was a rural area like Solwezi is now the new copper belt because of these ventures that have come in. So yes, on that end. No, in the sense that there are certain minerals that require very low entry barriers to exploit it. For example, gold and gemstones. So when it comes to gold, with the capacity that we have, and I emphasize that we do have engineers and the technical expertise that's required, we need support. So with the expertise that is existing, with the question that was asked by the youth who's interested in mining, you can see me after this session. There are a lot of opportunities that are there for youths, for Zambians to actually get into this sector, provided there's policy direction that can actually support it, such as incentivizing the beneficiation, access to equipment, other tax holidays that can be given, but most importantly, building the capacity of the technical expertise that we have, so that they start thinking with an entrepreneurial mindset that can help them develop mines. And just quickly to comment on sustainable mining practices, mining can be done in a sustainable and responsible ways, and that's why I don't want to speak for the government, but there are a lot of interventions that are being done by different stakeholders to ensure that different parties that are engaged in mining are held accountable and compliant, such that every time a private person wants to open a mine, they have to put in place an EPB or an EIA that speaks to how they will be compliant with ESG. So this is something that can be done. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to touch on two issues that relate to the importance of regional integration, for example. I want to use the Zambia DRC initiative as maybe a key pointer to what we could do, not as Zambia, but as the African continent, in terms of exploiting our critical energy transition minerals. I think what we need to bear in mind is maybe capacity at country level will be limited, but if we look at it from a regional level, that can also enable us to mop up resources that can develop a particular sector. What Zambia and the DRC have done, for example, in terms of addressing issues around youth, there is a center for battery research that has been established in the University of Lubumbashi, specifically to provide opportunities for the youth from both countries to be part of the value chain, upgrade their skills, ensure that they enter the value chain from a skilled perspective. Of course, it's also linking with already existing programs, even here in Zambia. The other issue I also want to tackle is the issue of participation, local participation. Whether you want to call it free carrying interest or you want to call it whatever, mandatory, the contribution of the local investors in particular value chain. I think it's a strategy that has been used quite effectively in other jurisdictions as well. The important thing is we should have takers from the Zambian perspective, local entrepreneurs who are able to take up that opportunity and provide the entry resources that are required for that particular venture. That's quite important as well. And what the ministry, Mr. Shabani mentioned about the special purpose vehicle, I think it's something that we have even in the joint development agreement between the DRC and Zambia as well. There is that issue of the special purpose vehicle that's going to carry through the interests of Zambia and its people. I just want to end by saying sustainability in mining remains the sort of debated. What we need to be sure about is the transformation of a wasting asset, which is our mineral resources, to other forms of capital. For example, skills, for example, infrastructure. That's where the sustainability comes from. Because it's a wasting asset. You've mined an ore body, it's gone. It's not going to come back. So it's what you do with what you earn as revenues that actually brings in the sustainability element. Hence, we go back maybe to the efficiency of the taxation system that we use. The creation of sovereign funds provides that sustainability element that we have in the mineral sector. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think from what has been said and what we see now is that the greater emphasis basically on value addition and developing industry linkage by ensuring that the raw materials are actually processed within this country so that we are able to keep it. We are able to also provide growth for the local manufacturing industry. And it is also important that as we move forward and aspire towards the 3 million metric tons of copper in the decade, it is important that we begin to think sustainable mining operations that will ensure our environment is taken care of whilst we harness the economic benefits that come from this.
Thank you very much. There we go. We can actually transform Zambia's mineral wealth to actually focus on policy and industrialization. With that, allow me to thank the panelists for the day. I do not want to be the gap between you and lunch. We've been in here, it's been really good conversations going on. So thank you very much and have a pleasant lunch. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause to Chairman Zambia and also the panelists. This point very interesting and intriguing table. Intriguing conversation. But we still have the bigger question. Another thing is that money is the savior of money. But when you go to the resources of budget, mining is important. When you go to the sources of local domestic risk, mining is number one. When you speak mining, it's like if it doesn't exist, then we will never eat anymore. And isn't it? So it's a big the room. Allow me to invite everyone. As you walk out, our ushers are there. They'll give you a meal coupon, then you proceed downstairs. That's where, just below the conference facility, that's where the restaurant is, and that's where our meals are. I invite everyone. Please, let's try to keep it an hour, and we should be back here. Thank you.